It's been at the point of splashdown, it'll be about 17 hours since Dragon undocked from the International Space Station. The team there in mission control, there are multiple teams, in fact, and they cycle through shifts to ensure that everybody gets the required rest and sleep periods, just like the astronauts on board. And that crew operations and resource engineer is seated there in the room, and that, like Sandra said, is the primary voice that we'll be hearing communicate from the SpaceX team to the crew on board.
That's right. And so it looks like we're about 3 minutes or so from the claw separation portion of today's flight. The claw is a portion on the spacecraft that holds the trunk to Dragon. Following claw separation, we're going to jettison or remove that trunk because it's no longer needed. The trunk has solar arrays on it that provides power to the Dragon spacecraft. But now that we're beginning the reentry process, we need to go ahead and jettison that trunk and able to expose the heat shield, which is really going to do the heavy lifting as Crew 9 re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. They come in at 17,500 miles per hour, so they really need to ensure that that heat shield absorbs that heat, and there's...
Deorbit sequence start.
on it that provides power to the Dragon. And so we did just get communications there that the deorbit sequence start has begun. So here in just a couple minutes from now, we expect to hear information or a call back about the claw separation having begun. And again, that kicks off that trunk separation portion that I was discussing to remove that, expose the heat shield, and then eventually we'll have the deorbit burn, and we'll continue to walk you through all of these milestones as we approach them ahead of our splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
Yeah, we're very excited to bring the Crew 9 crew home. Sandra, we were talking about the trunk separation. That trunk is on a trajectory that will re-enter in the atmosphere and break up upon that re-entry. The heat shield itself is one of my favorite parts of the Dragon capsule. It is the workhorse of the re-entry phase. It will work to protect the Dragon capsule and the crew members on board during the re-entry phase as the temperatures outside of the capsule build up to, I believe, about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit in excess of. And meanwhile, the interior of Dragon stays a very comfortable temperature. That heat shield does a lot of the work, and we'll see that plasma build up on the exterior of the capsule. As a result of the plasma that builds up, we will lose communications with the crew. This is known as loss of signal, or LOS. This is roughly a 10-minute period on average, even less than. I believe today it is probably about 6 or 7 minutes long. It kind of depends on the mission, and it happens for every Dragon capsule that re-enters the atmosphere. Due to that plasma buildup, we're not able to communicate or command the capsule, so we stand by while we wait to regain communication after we pass through that period of loss of signal and get what's known as AOS, or acquisition of signal.
Continuing to stand by for claw separation, and then we'll look towards trunk separation. It'll be just about a minute or so after that. That happens pretty rapidly in succession. Some of our milestones will take a little bit longer throughout the day. For example, we will have a deorbit burn after that will take about 7.5 minutes and helps get Dragon set up in the right trajectory to splash down in the Gulf off the coast of Florida. So continuing to stand by for claw separation.
Nominal trunk jettison.
All right. Great news there. That trunk has been jettisoned from the Dragon capsule. So the claw was separated. That's the mechanism that connects the telemetry and power between the Dragon capsule and the trunk. in order to expose the heat shield underneath Dragon, we had to jettison that trunk, and so we just got confirmation that that has happened. So that is great news. Basically means that telemetry is looking good and that the nitrox system is primed for cabin and soup cooling, and the heat shield, like I said, is now exposed and ready for atmospheric reentry. The trunk served its purpose by gathering energy from the sun through its solar cells and converting that to battery power. Since we separated the trunk, we can't generate any more new power, but we really don't need to since we're coming home and Dragon has enough battery power already stored. Now, up next, the final steps that Dragon will perform prior to reentry: the slew, or the maneuver to deorbit burn attitude, and then the deorbit burn itself. This deorbit burn is the last time that the forward Dracos, which are the 4 thrusters located on top of the spacecraft under the nose cone, it's the last time that they will ignite. The deorbit burn will place Dragon on a precise trajectory to return to the splashdown zone off the coast of Florida, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, and that will last about 7.5 minutes once it starts.
And so deorbit burn is targeted for 2:11 p.m. Central Time, so about 2 minutes from now. As we mentioned, it's going to last about 7.5 minutes, again, helping to get Dragon into the precise trajectory to ensure that splashdown occurs in the area that was calculated and where the recovery team is already in place, ready to support splashdown operations today. The recovery vessel Megan is the ship that is going to be utilized today, and we also have what is called fast boats that go out first to check the spacecraft and make sure everything is looking good before the recovery vessel Megan approaches. So that whole recovery process takes about an hour, I would say, from the time the crew splashes down to the time they're on the boat and the crew gets out of the capsule. And we'll continue to bring you live coverage through every step of the way today as Crew 9 returns home.
Indeed. Now, let's take a little bit of a closer look at Dragon. One of the great things about being close to the space station is that we can use space station cameras to look at Dragon. But now that Dragon is on its way home, we don't have those external cameras. So here's an animation of what the capsule looks like. We've got the pressurized section, the capsule on the top, and the trunk, or the unpressurized section, on the bottom. That's where those solar panels that we manufacture in-house are located, soaking up the energy from the sun and turning it into power for the capsule. At the very top of the capsule is the nose cone. That is where the Dracos, the forward Dracos, are located. That nose cone is currently open, not closed like we saw in that animation. Once we get through the final maneuverings for the re-entry phase, we will close the nose cone capsule just before Dragon begins its atmospheric entry to protect that forward hatch there located along with those forward Dracos. So go ahead.
That's right. I was going to mention that the nose cone does open shortly after launch, and it remains open the entire time that Dragon is docked to the International Space Station. So as an example for this particular spacecraft, Freedom, since September when it docked to the International Space Station, remains open that entire time, and here shortly it will close for the very first time since September.
So quick recap of what Dragon has done in recent history here. We basically began preparations for re-entry known as the Deorbit sequence. So Dragon released the trunk. As we said before, we separated the claw, we released the trunk. It next will slew to the deorbit burn attitude. Slew basically meaning maneuver, so it will position itself correctly to execute that deorbit burn. We want the heat shield side to be facing forward, or first, if you will. We want that to be the leading edge of the Dragon capsule, as that heat shield is meant to basically be an ablative material for the heat that it will incur. Once we complete that deorbit burn attitude slew, we will initiate the deorbit burn itself. That will last for several minutes, expecting that to be to start here any moment now, actually, and then it will go until about 2:18 p.m. Pacific time or 5:18 p.m. Eastern time.
And I did hear confirmation that deorbit burn is underway. As we mentioned, it's about a 7.5-minute burn. So within the last 10 minutes, Dragon has jettisoned its trunk and initiated the deorbit burn just seconds ago. As mentioned earlier, for those operations, NASA and SpaceX closely coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safety zone to ensure public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board the returning spacecraft. Multiple notices are issued to the mariners in advance of and during recovery operations, and Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the spacecraft, the splashdown zones. So we do want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous operation, and any other boats interfering increases the risk to not only the astronauts in Dragon, but the teams working to recover them from the water and the safety of those that may come too close. So for the safety of the crew, which you see there on your screen, your safety, we recommend you sit back and watch as we'll continue to bring you the best possible views of our astronauts' homecoming.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this deorbit burn is the last time that we will utilize our 4 forward Draco thrusters. Forward basically meaning at the top of the Dragon capsule. Dragon Freedom has not yet entered the Earth's atmosphere. This deorbit burn is what will line the vehicle up and put it on its final trajectory to the landing site right off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. So basically, it is the last burn that the Dragon spacecraft executes and is what really locks it in for that precise landing. As you can see on your screen right now, Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander are using their screens to keep tabs on the burn duration, the Draco firings, and trajectory details such as entry angle, spacecraft perigee, and how much distance remains until deorbit burn termination. As I mentioned earlier, Dragon is flying itself. So all the crew has to do is stay strapped into their seats and keep tabs on things. Although I must say, if I had one of those window seats, it would be pretty difficult to restrain myself. Now, with Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander ready to deorbit and splash down back on Earth, they will be heading to one of 8 targeted sites supported by SpaceX and NASA. All of these sites are located off the coast of Florida, either in the Gulf of America or the Atlantic Ocean. Spreading the supported sites across multiple locations helps maximize the return opportunities for this mission and future crews, lowering the chance that we'll have to wave off due to bad weather. For those of you following along, you'll know that today's splashdown marks our final Dragon recovery on the East Coast. After 6 great years of successful recovery operations off the East Coast, we'll be moving all Dragon recovery operations back to the West Coast.
And as always, NASA and SpaceX jointly select our splashdown location. And for today, the prime recovery site is off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. The selection process works with a lot of different variables, including the space station's orbital trajectory or path that it follows, what landing sites are available and have favorable weather, how much free flight capability Dragon has for the trip home, and the sleep schedules for the returning crew members, as well as, of course, the big one, the weather.
We'll start with calculating daily return options based off of the space station's current orbit and Dragon's capabilities to maneuver and line up for re-entry. The time from undock to landing at the primary site can vary from less than 6 hours to more than 39. Getting home the quickest comes with some obvious benefits, but we always have to make sure the crew is properly rested for dynamic operations, preventing us from scheduling 20-plus hour days for them, of course. Trajectory and ballistic experts provide the daily opportunities that would line up Dragon with the 7 landing zones and split them into what we call ascending and descending opportunities.
Dragon uses its Draco thrusters after leaving station to execute a series of altitude-lowering maneuvers and to line up with the selected primary site. It can also change to different alternative sites while in a free flight if sudden weather moves in that we may need to avoid. So, as we mentioned, weather is something we're constantly looking at, making the final call to proceed about 2.5 hours before the crew undocks. So for the Crew 9 return, we looked at a number of weather items. Some of the obvious ones are no rain or a chance of lightning in the recovery zone, both for the safety of the crew inside Dragon and the recovery teams in the water. And we're also looking for wind speeds to be less than 15 feet per second or about 10 miles per hour, and relatively calm seas so that we can safely execute recovery operations, which includes landing a helicopter on the recovery ship to fly Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander back to Florida. Once Dragon began flying today, we had a number of additional checkpoints to either proceed towards the primary site, head to the alternate, or select a new zone based on real-time weather data. These checks happened all the way up until we were in the final hours before the deorbit burn, which has just about a minute or so left in it. And this is the last burn in the trip home that commits Dragon to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Now, we are currently waiting to conclude the deorbit burn. We've got less than a minute until that finishes. We will expect to hear a call out for nominal burn, which will confirm completion of that deorbit burn for Dragon Freedom. We can see images there from the touchscreen display panels that the crew utilizes in flight. We can see the visualization of exactly which one of the four forward Draco thrusters are firing. That's why you have kind of like a strobe effect there.
And if you're just joining us, you are looking at live views of the Dragon Freedom. On your left is Commander of Crew 9, Nick Hague. To his right is Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grabenkin. And also in Gorbanov, that is Alexander Gorbanov. And then also in the capsule today is NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore. We're awaiting confirmation that their deorbit burn is complete, which is the last burn that's going to help set them up on a trajectory to Splashdown off the coast of Florida.
Deorbit burn complete. Performance nominal. Nose cone closure initiated.
Freedom copies.
All right, excellent news there. We heard the words we were looking for, nominal burn. So that means that deorbit burn was successful and nominal, meaning as expected. And we're now beginning to close the nose cone in preparation for atmospheric reentry.
So in the background, Dragon is currently inhibiting those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters that we just used to complete the deorbit burn, ensuring it's safe to latch the nose cone shut for reentry. Also, the vehicle has initiated the nitrox suit purge, which will help keep Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander cool and comfortable during reentry, which is coming up in about 20 minutes from now. At this point, the nose cone is closing and protecting the forward hatch for reentry, and the crew are using their screens to continue to monitor the locking of the nose cone, which is done by a set of hooks. And as we mentioned earlier, that nose cone has remained open since September, so this is the first time it's closing in a few months.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Now, we will be expecting, as I mentioned before, an entry brief from SpaceX Core. Again, that's the crew operations resource engineer who is seated in that room that you see there on your screen. That entry brief will provide updated times for anticipated splashdown as well as the loss of signal or period of LOS. And that briefing will also give us information such as wind speed and wave height at the expected splashdown location. But all in all, everything has been great today. All events have been executed on time as expected, and we are looking forward to a splashdown of the Crew 9 crew at about 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time or 2:57 p.m. Pacific Time. Between now and then, things are going to start moving quite quickly. In fact, if anything, this will have seemed like the slower part of the reentry phase. We're going to go through, like I said, that period of loss of signal or LOS. That period is a few minutes long where we are unable to communicate or command the capsule due to the plasma that builds up on the exterior of the capsule. That period, like I said, lasts for a couple minutes. You will start to hear SpaceX Core hail the Crew 9 crew a little bit earlier than expected because we we, in the past, have actually regained communications a couple minutes earlier than initially anticipated. So we'll go through that period of loss of signal, that entry period, that specifically when when the Dragon spacecraft is re-entering through the atmosphere, approximately at about 18,000 feet when the capsule is traveling at 350 miles per hour. We will see our first views of parachutes for the day. It's one of my favorite moments of return sequences is when we get to see the drogue parachutes. We'll see the drogues come out. Those drogues will help slow the vehicle down to about 119 miles per hour. And then that is when the main parachutes will come out from the Dragon spacecraft and then ultimately end in Splashdown.
And we are hearing confirmation that the nose cone is closed and everything was nominal or as expected with that closure. So as we begin the second half of entry, Dragon is now beginning to inject cooled nitrox into the air being delivered to the spacesuits worn by Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander. Again, this is what will allow the crew to remain comfortable while external temperatures reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. So the heat shield is pointing forward, leading Dragon to the landing site.
Yeah. Now, speaking of the heat shield, Dragon's primary heat shield is comprised of PICA 3.0, which stands for Phenolic Impregnated Carbon Ablator. The first-gen PICA was initially developed by NASA for studying and sampling comets within our solar system.
SpaceX partnered with NASA to develop PICA-X, which was the second-generation product used on all Dragon 1 cargo resupply service missions that resupplied the International Space Station on 20 missions. PICA 3.0 was developed specifically for use on Dragon 2 crew and cargo with enhanced structural and thermal capabilities that allowed the heat shield to be even more effective in the way that it utilized the ability to make that heat ablevate as it goes through the Earth's atmosphere.
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing crew.
The remainder of Dragon is composed primarily of a SpaceX proprietary ablative material. It's another class of thermal protection which is lighter weight versus PICA and protects the underlying composite structure during reentry to ensure the structural capabilities are maintained.
While Dragon will experience temperatures well over 3,000 degrees during peak reentry conditions, the characteristics of the thermal protection system coupled with the environmental control and life support system in the pressurized interior will ensure that Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander stay cool and comfortable during all phases of reentry through Splashdown.
Now, if you've just recently joined us, we hope to regain views of our crew members inside Dragon Freedom. But we don't have those available at the moment due to ground station coverage. So we will bring those back to you as soon as we can. Now, after Dragon Freedom has re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, a series of parachutes will deploy to slow the crew's descent. First will be the 2 drogue parachutes, followed by the 4 main parachutes, and those will guide Dragon to its first contact with Earth since it launched back in September. Dragon will automatically deploy these parachutes when different pressure and positioning sensors on the spacecraft detect that they're at the right speed and altitude.
Vehicle velocity at drogue deploy is approximately 350 miles per hour, and they deploy at about 18,000 feet. Now, when the vehicle velocity at main deploy is approximately 119 miles per hour, and they deploy at about 6,500 feet. When Dragon splashes down in the water, the vehicle velocity will be about 16 miles per hour, so you can really see how those parachutes help to slow down the crew inside the capsule. The highest G-load the crew is expected to experience today is about 3 to 5 Gs.
Yeah, when you think about really fun roller coasters, they're about in that range. So I'm sure that our crew on board will be well equipped to experience those Gs. It's nothing for them. They go through much more intense training.
And so we are continuing to make our way through a number of milestones today. We did have trunk separation.
Freedom, SpaceX. Nose cone is secure for entry.
Freedom comes.
Departing Crew 9 crew members.
All right, great news there. That tells us that the final physical configuration change for Dragon is complete. We have closed that nose cone. This is the last physical change that Dragon undergoes prior to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. It's important that that nose cone is completely closed because underneath it is not only where the 4 forward Draco thrusters are located, but it's also because that is where the forward hatch is located. That is the hatch that is utilized for the crew to ingress and egress from the station while it is docked on board. And since our capsules are flight proven and we reuse them on future space flights, we want to make sure that all of the integrity of that hardware remains intact. So that nose cone is successfully closed, and we're going to start moving pretty quickly here. As I mentioned before, we'll go through loss of signal. We'll get that signal back several minutes later, and then we'll see the parachute action.
Yep, and then that's all ahead of Splashdown off the coast of Florida. We're targeting Tallahassee as our splashdown zone today at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon. Now, you did mention the call to the crew. They'll do some additional calculations following that burn and potentially let us know if that splashdown time has changed at all. But right now, we are continuing to target 2:57 p.m. And you can see there on your screen a path of where Dragon will be re-entering today. So if you are in the southern tip of Mexico, you might have the opportunity to see Dragon. Because it's a daytime splashdown, you probably won't have too great of views, but potentially you'll have the opportunity to get a glimpse of it there.
Once again, Dragon operators, they're monitoring the progress of Dragon through this re-entry phase. That is SpaceX Mission Control located here in Hawthorne, California. That is also where the crew operations and resource engineer is seated. That person is the voice that we have heard multiple times and will continue to hear as the primary point of contact to the crew on board Dragon Freedom. We will also hear the voice of Commander Nick Hague. Basically, after we hear the Corps communicate something, we will hear Nick Hague indicate that they copy, that they heard the message well, some sort of recognition that the message was received.
And if you joined us yesterday for our coverage during the undocking, we were communicating through something that's called a big loop. We do that when we're in integrated operations with the International
Freedom, SpaceX, for entry sequence. Report when ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
All right, I've got some updated times for you. Our comm blackout start time is 2144. Our comm blackout end time is 2151, and our splashdown time is the same per your displays, 2157.
The Ford departing.
Okay. Understand comm blackout start 2144, stop 2151, splashdown per display.
That's a good readback. And with that, please report when tablets are secured behind the elastic bands, restraints are tight, and visors are down.
At the hatchway, the Ford departing.
And copy, welcome.
Posing for some final photos.
And with that communication from the Corps or Crew Operations Resource Engineer here in Hawthorne to Commander Nick Hague of Crew Dragon Freedom, we did hear that the loss of signal period is still at 2:44 p.m. Pacific, but we had a 1-minute adjustment to the acquisition of signal. That's going to now be at 2:51 p.m. Pacific time. However, our splashdown time remains the same at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
So all good news there as Dragon continues to make its way home with the Crew 9 crew. As we've mentioned before, we are splashing down on the Gulf Coast. We have ability to splash down on either side.
Okay, those are live images that we're getting from NASA. Just to keep you posted on what's the latest, the deorbiting has successfully happened. And that was deemed as one of the more crucial phases. What we're going to be seeing now is it enter the atmosphere. I'm talking about the Dragon vessel, that's the SpaceX Crew 9 Dragon vessel that's bringing the 4 astronauts back. Of course, for Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, it's been a 10-month-long, nearly a 10-month-long wait to come back to the Earth. Those are deferred images right now, and that's, those are all customized suits that have been given to all the 4 astronauts who are on their way back home now. Nick Hague is the commander of this whole mission of coming back to the Earth, giving him company on the front seats. If you're getting visuals of that on your screen right now, those visuals that you see on the front seat is Nick Hague. He's the commander of this particular mission of the Crew 9 vessel that they're in, and alongside him on the front seat is Russian cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. So these are the other 2 gentlemen who are there in that vessel that's on its way back to the Earth. My colleague Pramod is going to be joining us live from Chennai in just a bit, but who I have with me right now is Trimil Gomes. He's been tracking this very closely from Florida. Trimil, we're just about a few minutes away, correct me if I'm wrong, Indian Standard Time. We're looking at 3:27, it's 3:04 right now, so we're just about 23 minutes away. Is there a change over there, or is the timeline much the same?
The timeline is much the same. The big change that I'm thinking through is like, I should have stayed in Tallahassee. That's where I live. I live in the capital of Florida, Tallahassee, Florida, but I traveled down here to Cape Canaveral in anticipation because, as we talked about, we really don't know. And the weather is quite strong here at Cape Canaveral. It's very windy, as you can hear into my microphone. But Splashdown is happening on the Gulf Coast, right next, just south of Tallahassee. The capital of the state of Florida. So it's very exciting. If I were in Tallahassee myself, I'm just such a geek and nerd about this.
You must be kicking yourself right now.
I would have driven down on my own to the coast to capture it all and witness it, because it is a historical event, and these events are very special, and you don't want to miss it.
Does everything look hunky-dory in terms of the weather? We've time and again spoken. I was just listening to some other experts as well, and it wasn't too long back when one of the experts said that the weather conditions are in fact absolutely pristine. I hope it continues to be pristine as well, even as we speak, Trimel.
The weather is really nice. Like this, it's sunny, the sky is clear. It's just very windy where I'm standing and on this side of the coast. So as you know, like with strong winds, that can push things. So the scientists probably made their decision. It was easier and best to go over to the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America side of things to make sure it's a nice and easy, smooth re-entry for that splashdown. So weather is great. I'm enjoying it. I'm getting a nice tan being here, so it's good weather.
Okay, allow me a couple of minutes, Trimel. I'm going to be coming back to you. Pramod also with me right now. Pramod, we're just about a few minutes away now from history in many ways. This is going to be a historic moment as well. So much rides on this moment in terms of learning, going forward, in terms of knowing more about the space. All of that will happen in due course. And just the importance of it, if you could put that into perspective. We've seen plenty of NASA missions in the past as well. How's this one different? And the moment the splashdown happens, it's going to be a historic moment, as I was saying. So if you could put into perspective for us, how big is this moment really going to be for as far as learning about space is concerned, as far as aviation is concerned?
Harshit, if every launch mission is considered to be extremely important, every re-entry mission is almost 10 times much more important, because we are going to bring back human lives, valuable human lives, back to Earth. And just like we mentioned earlier, even the experts from NASA and SpaceX very clearly mentioned about one particular period as they enter the atmosphere, that is the fiery re-entry. There is going to be a loss of signal for nearly 6 minutes, and this is when the actual capsule will face extreme heat that is generated due to friction during re-entry back into the atmosphere. This leads to plasma buildup around the capsule, and this is the reason there will be a loss of signal. Once that is done, and then once the enter back into the atmosphere, everything will once again go back to autonomous way of the drogue parachutes being released and the second set of parachutes being released. But the only important factor now we have to actually concentrate is on the heat shields protecting the capsule right now. And this is one period where the actual command center will not have any kind of communication with that particular capsule. So that is a very crucial part. All this while everything has been done successfully, the undocking, the actual of moving away from the International Space Station, coming back to the orbit, the deorbiting thrust also burn is also completely, it's been perfect. And like Trimel said, all the kind of weather, whatever things we have to worry about the weather, everything is perfect. So the only crucial part is the actual re-entry, and once we get over that and once we enter the atmosphere, then it's expected to be a textbook splashdown, Harshit.
You spoke about the time that the communication will be lost. I think in technical words, the terminology for it is a loss of signal, Pramod. So what kind of a period does does this last? Is it a couple of minutes or is it something that could last even longer?
I believe the actual loss of signal period here is going to be nearly 6 minutes. As far as we could hear the spokesperson from NASA and SpaceX, and this is actually a very crucial period, because remember, this is a kind of an object which can actually tumble anyway, front, back, sideways, or in any axis, and it has actually been precisely brought back using thrusters and various other sensors in the capsule, and it's been brought back all this way. And all this while they had to not worry about much, because it was space, and now we are going to enter a kind of an atmosphere. It's going to be much denser. Even though it's much lighter compared to space, it's like almost we are going to jump, or we are going to move very fast into water. So that kind of we can actually draw a parallel. So this is what is becoming extremely crucial. But this is only for a short period, post which the signals will be resumed, and then the command center will know what exactly is happening. So that is why it's kind of like a black point, or like some place where for 6 minutes we would not know what exactly is happening, and then tracking of this capsule once again begins, Harshit.
Right. Trimel, could you also, for the benefit of our viewers, throw some light on the other two astronauts that are giving company to Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore right now?
Yes, they've been up there doing their mission, and I have spent most of my research, of course, and like most of us, paying attention to those, so to speak. I know lost in space, those who were lost in space. Sunny
as far
Williams
as they're concerned, since you say that phrase being lost in space, as far as they're concerned, they were never stranded, right?
They were never stranded, and I was thinking on my travels here, I was like, man, what a great podcast, Lost in Space, or book, or something that either Sunny or Butch, if they would like to capitalize on it, although they would say themselves they were not lost. But yes, most of my time have been spent on following the background of Butch and Sunny. And the other two, they are career astronauts, and we're happy to see the return of these veteran astronauts in Sunny and Butch. They've both spent many times in space, 3 times each, and they've talked about this likely being their last time going up. Hopefully it's not, with their wealth of expertise and knowledge, and they to give back to the industry and others who are going to be coming up behind them. So it's an exciting time as we count down to their return to Earth. And we're all watching. This is such a global event, being here, talking to you and everyone around the world watching the return of Sunny and Butch, along with the other astronauts. It's a really momentous occasion.
Really is. Pramod also continues to be with us. Pramod, were you able to speak with any of the experts at ISRO? Since we know that, you really like covering everything to do with space as well, just as much as you like covering politics. But since you've been to the facility at the Sri Harikota and you've covered ISRO events in the past as well, were you able to get on the phone with any of the experts, maybe the ISRO chief as well, and any interaction on that front?
Well, one thing is for certain, ISRO's chairman Narayan is very certain that all four aboard the capsule would enter Earth's atmosphere safely, and they will have a splashdown safely as well. So that is very certain. But I did speak to certain scientists from ISRO, and a very interesting part is that ISRO, when it comes to the southern part of India itself, its command center, it's in Bengaluru. So the all kind of software and kind of technology gathering is over there, while the hardware of ISRO is in Sriharikota, which means the assembling of the rocket, bringing the propellants, bringing all the capsule, the modules and everything, the satellite being packed into the actual heat shields, everything happens at Sriharikota. So like both people, when we had an interaction with them, they said like both are looking at different set of data, one about what is happening inside the capsule and the other about how the capsule is actually functioning. Very interestingly, we are looking at this undocking process, then the deorbiting process, re-entry process, how this particular heat shield works over there, and what, is there any way to go around this plasma buildup? But so far there has been no kind of any replacement for that particular blackout period. So all these things, data is being gathered, but very keenly ISRO scientists are definitely interested in what is happening. And sleepless nights is not new for them. I've seen them being without sleep for nearly 4 days continuously during every launch, because they are much precise. And imagine now it's a kind of a lesson, or we're going back to the class to just see a practical way of what is happening when it comes to re-entry. So everybody's keenly watching what is happening over there, and a lot of knowledge would be gathered. So that's the reason everybody's looking into this re-entry as well. And it's wonderful the way we've been actually shown the videos from inside the capsule, how the the infrastructure is inside there. Everything is touch module. Imagine some 20-30 years back, it was all kind of different set of panels with switches and buttons, but right now everything is touch pattern, and everything is based on most of autonomous way of working has started, which means the error percentage has been reduced much. So all this is being learned with practical and visual representation. So that is why it's very interesting, Harshit.
Exactly. There's so much riding on this event, so much to learn, so much of history on the line as well. On multiple fronts, there's in fact bucket loads of knowledge that is in the offing. For now, let's just cut back to live visuals that we're getting from NASA.
Dragon is autonomous, meaning it is flying itself. So the crew stands by and monitors, and those touchscreen displays are what will be allowing them to do so and prepare for events such as parachute deploy.
And while on board the International Space Station, Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander contributed to over 900 hours of science and research investigations, which is really the key purpose of the International Space Station. Now, the International Space Station is celebrating a major milestone this year, where they will be celebrating 25 years of continuous human presence in November. So if you're younger than 25 years, you've never known a day where there hasn't been a human living and working aboard the International International Space Station, contributing to key science and research investigations that impact our lives here on Earth. There's research being done on Parkinson's, on osteoporosis, on cancer research, and a variety of other studies. Additionally, the microgravity laboratory provides a jumping off point for us as we venture back to the moon and onto Mars through longer duration space flights. One such example that the crew worked on during this mission was an alternative exercise device. In microgravity, the crew has to exercise for about 2 hours a day because they're not having the effects of gravity on their body. So to prevent bone and muscle loss, we counteract that with 2 hours of exercise per day. On board the International Space Station, they have 3 ways in which they can exercise. They have a bike, they have a treadmill, and they have a similar to a weightlifting machine that counteracts the microgravity environment. But a particular experiment that this crew tested out was a combination of all 3 of those in one smaller device. And this is really critical as we continue on to the moon, Mars, and beyond, because space is really important in spacecraft. So if we have something smaller that the crew might be able to utilize, that can potentially help us venture out even further into the solar system. So science is really the name of the game when it comes to the International Space Station. Some of the other science highlights that took place during this increment that are particularly interesting to me was we had the first wooden satellite that was deployed. This is a study to see if other materials might be more resourceful or renewable in space. So I'm really excited to see the results of that one as well. Additionally, we had a couple of spacewalks that took place to not only provide maintenance to the International Space Station, but also where we swabbed the outside of the space station near vents to see if any microbes that we all have microbes on us, to see if any of those could survive in the harsh environment of space, which again is very important for us to know and understand as we continue to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
Very exciting stuff. Now, at this point, we have now entered the communications blackout period for the Dragon spacecraft. This lasts approximately 7 minutes due to plasma formation around the spacecraft itself. During this time, no vehicle telemetry is received by mission control or the recovery team, and no external commanding of the vehicle or voice communication is possible. But as a reminder, Dragon is designed to fly itself. During re-entry, the vehicle will be slowing down from orbital velocity, which is approximately 17,500 miles per hour. The top temperature that Dragon will experience upon re-entry is 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. This blackout period, as I said before, we expect it to last about 7 minutes today, concluding at 5:51 p.m. Eastern Time or 2:51 p.m. Pacific Time. We right there have our first view of Dragon Freedom coming home to Earth.
And that view is from the WB-57, which is one of NASA's high-altitude planes that is tracking. Now, because of the way that this camera is configured, it does look like it is dark, but it is indeed daytime, and you're beginning to see that plasma trail as Dragon re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. All of that is expected. We are anticipating an acquisition of signal around 2:51 p.m. Pacific Time, so just minutes from now, and you may hear the core begin to hail out or call Dragon for communications and see if we can potentially get communications with them a little bit earlier. Following this, we'll have 2 events in rapid succession. We'll have the drogue parachutes deploy at 2:53 p.m. Pacific, followed by the mains just 1 minute later at 2:54 p.m. Pacific Time, ahead of a splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific Time off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
Departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos.
Pretty incredible views of the Dragon spacecraft making its way home back to planet Earth with the Crew 9 astronauts on board. Once again, this view is coming from the WB-57 plane. That heat shield we can see doing magnificent work as it works to
Freedom, SpaceX, ComCheck.
All right, we're going to start hearing the SpaceX crew operations resource engineer.
SpaceX Freedom is with you. 4.16. enjoying the ride.
Copy that, Freedom.
Great news there from Commander Nick Hague reporting back.
We see a healthy flight computer. Expect automated chute deployment.
Freedom copies.
Like we said before, things moving very quickly as Dragon Freedom makes its way home. Next event coming up will be deployment of the drogue parachutes. This occurs around 18,000 feet.
GPS has converged. Expect nominal altitude for drogue chute deployment.
For some final photos.
We're about 2 minutes away from deployment of those drogue parachutes. Now the heat shield is continuing to work to slow the vehicle down. That entry period, the Dragon spacecraft went from orbital velocity about 17,500 miles per hour down to about 350 miles per hour. So that really gives you a sense of why that plasma builds up on the exterior of the capsule, thanks to the heat shield and the work that it does. Those drogue parachutes will slow it down from 350 to about 119 miles per hour. We can see
15 kilometers. Brace for drogue window.
We can see seat rotation happening inside the capsule. Great to get those first views of our crew members. Once again, the capsules are going about 350 miles per hour when the drogues are deployed. Those drogue parachutes that we manufacture here in-house are going to slow the spacecraft down to 119 miles per hour. And that is when we will see the main parachutes deploy, and that occurs about 6,000 feet above the ocean's surface.
And we are expecting drogue deployment at 2:53 p.m. Pacific, so we should see it any second now. And there you are getting a great view of Crew 9 inside Dragon Freedom as it returns back to Earth. We are awaiting the drogue deploys. This view coming from the WB-57 high-altitude plane. And there you see it on your screen, drogue deployment.
Drogue descent rate nominal.
You can hear the crowd here.
Visual on 2 healthy drogues.
The crowd here very excited as Dragon Freedom continues to make its way back to planet Earth.
Posing for some final photos.
Next up, we'll stand by for the main deployment of the parachutes. The mains are quite a bit larger. You'll be able to notice the difference on your screen once they deploy, and they continue to ensure that the Dragon spacecraft slows down even further. As we mentioned, Freedom will be traveling 16 miles per hour when it splashes down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, here at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon. And there we go.
We have visual on 4 healthy mains.
That view was from inside.
Freedom copy.
That view was from inside one of the buckets where the parachutes are located. So we see a great view there of the reefing on those parachutes. And as those main parachutes begin to inflate fully, 4 beautiful, healthy mains. Now awaiting visuals of Splashdown.
Freedom 1000.
We'll start to hear Commander Nick Hague.
Copy 1000.
As we heard right there, Commander Nick Hague will be calling out the altitude of the Dragon capsule from here on out. Landing in water is simpler and provides more margin against unlikely parachute issues. You can see those parachutes continuing to slow the Dragon capsule down.
And if you're just joining us, you're looking at
800 meters.
a live view of Crew 9, just minutes away from splashing down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Splashdown 2 minutes from now at 2:57 p.m. Pacific. We do have 4 healthy mains really doing the job there. Just breathtaking views of a calm, glass-like ocean off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Crew 9 just minutes away from splashing down.
This is really such an incredible shot.
Copy 600.
That was a live view from our recovery vessel. Megan, which is stationed a couple miles away from the splashdown site. We can see the crew there using their restraints as resting places for their arms. They were just in space moments ago, so their arms were able to float freely.
400 meters. 400 meters.
Of Crew 9. Minutes ago was going over 17,000 miles per hour, and now gently coasting to a soft splashdown.
200.
Copy, 200 meters. Brace for splashdown.
As you can see there on your screen, continuing to monitor progress of the Dragon spacecraft. And we're going to stand by for splashdown, located in the Gulf of America, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
And you see at the hatchway.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
And SpaceX Freedom, splashdown. Good main release.
Copy, splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
So at 3:28 a.m. on the 19th of March, 286 days after Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore had left from the Earth, they've successfully come back. A technical snag had them up in the space for nearly 9 months, but all of that has come to an end. 3:28 a.m. That's when the landing took place. The soft splash happened. The splashdown happened exactly how the NASA team, in partnership with the SpaceX, would have wanted things to happen, and everything happening to a T, exactly how the engineers, the scientists, the astronauts would have wanted things to play out. There were plenty of complexities, be it the deorbiting, be it the 7 crucial phases that had to all happen in a proper manner for the landing to take place perfectly, and everything just played out the way that the concerned stakeholders would have wanted. 286 days and nearly 9 months is what 2 astronauts had to spend up in the space, and now they're finally back home, back to the Earth, and they will now be taken off.
We will continue to
They'll be taken away, they'll be taken to the shores in just a couple of moments. There'll be fast boats that'll soon be approaching the capsule. The name of the capsule was named Freedom. Need not explain why that name was given, and freedom would mean so much to the 2 astronauts who were stranded in space for nearly 9 months. They will undergo a few tests as well. Medical examinations will have to happen. There is so much that is in the offing over here. But this is a momentous day for not just as Indians, for us to see one of our own daughters come back to the Earth, but for space, for science, for technology. There is so much that the 2 astronauts will be sharing in due course with the NASA, with the concerned stakeholders, as well as we go forward now. Let me go across to Trimel. Firstly, Trimel, stupendous what we've witnessed over here. Everything working out exactly the way as we reported, exactly the way that we were told by the scientists as well. Everyone at NASA, congratulations to America. Congratulations to NASA for doing a fabulous job. It's exactly been, the script that they would have had in mind, and they'd be very proud of what they've seen today.
Exactly. This deserves a round of applause just to give the work, and I'm sure like the people in Houston at headquarters, they were doing their own cheering and as you can see, look at all the boats going there to do the rescue of taking them out of that capsule, the return of the Dragon, the freedom. And so much. It looks so tiny, but of course the ocean is so vast. And to see this historic event take place, it's really impressive and a feat in technological advances that we've seen over the years. To be able to see inside of that capsule so soon with the clear, crisp images. And to see them all four astronauts lay there safely as this vehicle guide them instead of them, like, it's an autonomous vehicle that's bringing them back home. And there they are getting that first touch of humans here on Earth, reconnecting with them once they get to open that capsule. It's great to witness.
Indeed, the images are crystal clear, even though you're away from where the actual action's happening. I'm miles and miles away from where it's all happening, but the images are just superb. They carry so much meaning. It's a picture that conveys 1,000 words at the moment, and so much that it means for humanity as well, Trimel, right?
Yes, and even though you're miles away, like I'm the same, and we're all seeing the same image. It's as if we can reach out and touch the capsule there, and it's remarkable to have this view. Long ago, we couldn't see any of this. It was not visible, and so much has advanced within just a short amount of period of time to be able to see that. Look at those parachutes. It was so beautiful. It looked like jellyfish in the sky. Just to see them there and they're back home safe. Can you imagine the celebrations that's going on? Suni's mother, as we heard, that they were planning a watch party, so they're likely celebrating.
Yeah.
All the other astronauts, Butch and Nick, and they're all celebrating the return of their family members. So it's really great and exciting, not just for their family, but for the countries that are watching and represented by them, through them. So it's really a good moment right now.
Let me also get my colleague Pramod Madhav's reaction. Trimel, just hold on. Pramod, the moment that we were all waiting for, just a couple of minutes delay though, 3:27 I think is what we were expecting here in India. In fact, just a minute away from that, 3:28 is when that historic moment happened. But talk us through what you witnessed, the very, very special images on the screen. They say 1,000 words, these images, but how is it that you look at this historic moment?
It's absolutely amazing, Harshit, the way they actually were able to actually also track. Imagine, like we said earlier, during the loss of signal period, during that re-entry, it's a kind of a blackout period. Nobody exactly knows what happens. But this time, what I witnessed is that a high-altitude plane of NASA, the WB-57, they used that plane. I think they also used an infrared camera to capture the actual image of that re-entry, and you saw a kind of like a flame that was surrounding the entire capsule. And if you could see the capsule right now, you could see the kind of battering it has gone through, the kind of the suit that is all over that particular capsule over there, and that's actual evidence. Like I said earlier, these are treasure trove of knowledge, practical knowledge that we are gaining, and we saw it very clearly. And imagine the WB-57 aircraft being able to record the re-entry very clearly, and I could actually see a little bit of alteration with the capsule moving a little bit left and right, but all these things were stabilized and was brought down. And just like Trimel said about the drogue parachutes opening up and then the main parachutes, and exact moment of touchdown, the main parachutes being released, it's absolutely textbook. And now you see the entire fastboat crew has approached the capsule. The sea is so calm. It's a beautiful, whatever has happened is absolutely amazing, and it's absolute kudos to SpaceX crew and NASA. What they have done is really amazing, and to capture it step by step to show the world that this is how it's being done is something, a step forward, and it's actually like letting everybody know that space has become much more safe now, Harshit.
Absolutely, absolutely. You make very pertinent points over there, Pramod. Let me go across to Trimel, who continues to be with us. Trimel, in terms of, the great missions that NASA has done in the past, where would this one perhaps be, if you could, tell us a bit more on that?
Ooh, well, this one is certainly up there in as far as the modernization of what we were able to see. Every mission is important and critical to NASA. They don't cut corners, and because it's such a delicate process to have these high-powered vehicles go up, and the unpredictability of reentry, as just talked about, and that watching that capsule heat up to 300 how many degrees to survive that. It's a very delicate process, and it's nothing short of remarkable to be able to see this. So when we see incidents where things go wrong, it's unfortunate in those instances when things aren't right, but when they do go right, it's just the amount of effort, dedication, science, and the work that puts in to make sure that everything is really on top of it and safe for these individuals to get these astronauts back home. So they took safety precautions, as you know. So even though, the Starliner, with the issues that it was having, it was, very well thought out to not take the risk to have them come back because they didn't want to risk anything. So it was a long wait, but gladly they waited, and they're back home safe. And it's a moment to celebrate and rejoice and look at that remarkable boat out there where they're going to be docked and then get medical care to make sure their reentry, their personal reentry, is really top notch. And so they're back up and walking and being about like we are.
Let me give our viewers a sense of what exactly they're seeing right now. Stunning visuals, firstly, of the Atlantic that we see right now. The capsules has landed. The splashdowns happened. But this, what you're seeing right now, is the rigging process. This is when you will see the recovery person enter the capsule, enter freedom, and get the 4 astronauts out, after which there'll be an extensive medical examination that the 4 of them will have to undergo. There's plenty that the 4 of them will have to undergo in terms of medical examination, and it's going to be a step-by-step process for them to be exposed to the air, to be out in the open as well. That sense of normalcy is not going to be that straightforward, and you can't be thinking that just because they're back on the surface of the earth, they can walk around freely. None of that is going to happen. It's only going to happen in a step-by-step manner. Multiple examinations need to first happen. Their vitals will be checked. So much that will have to be seen in terms of how they're able to maintain their physical shape as well, because as you heard in the commentary from NASA as well, the key here is going to be to maintain the muscle weight and the body weight right now. The bone weight as well drops when you spend too much time in the space. You lose muscle, you lose your bone weight as well. Yes, there is machinery in the capsule that helps you ensure that that those checks and balances are maintained to keep yourself physically fit in the space. But going forward now, this is going to be the tough thing for the 4 astronauts, in particular for the 2 in Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams, who had to spend 9 months. So it's going to be a proper recovery process for them. And I want to bring in Pramod over here. Pramod, while they're back, it's still not over for them, one can say, because the recovery is going to take its own sweet time, right?
Well, the important aspect is that, like in space, we were able to artificially create pressure. We were able to artificially create oxygen for their survival. So the environment was created for them to survive, except for one key factor. That is why we went to space as well, and that is the absence of gravity. So now they are back on Earth, which means they will have to face gravity once again. And in space, everything is like entirely different. We've seen how a water simply that like drops down. In space, it attains a kind of a globule-like structure. So for 9 months, they were in the absence of gravity, which means once again coming back to Earth, their weight will increase, just like you mentioned. In the absence of gravity, the bone and muscle degeneration occurs, so they will have to gain that back as well. Of course, they had gone through a lot of exercise, but you cannot, as far as science has progressed until now, we cannot actually go ahead and create gravity that easy. So that is the biggest challenge for them. And of course, we also know about how the skin becomes very soft. The feet, especially because they wouldn't have used their entire body weight to walk anywhere. They would be floating all this while. So coming back to Earth, in a gradual way, they will have to start learning about gravity once again. Yes, it's not that completely forgotten or such, but even we've seen astronauts earlier where they they think once again that maybe a pen or pencil while they're writing it will keep floating. So that practice of coming back to understand that Earth is governed by gravity, and that is something they need to be careful about. That will take some time, but it's a very due course of process. In fact, deep sea divers, once they come back to the surface, they go through some kind of a process called as decompression. So this way, once they are back here, their body vitals will be
spectacular. And we were stationed about 1.5 nautical miles away from the splashdown zone and had great visuals here on the recovery vessel Megan. We actually saw a little of the smoke trail as the spacecraft was coming in, and then moments later we spotted those drogue chutes, and this was quickly followed by 4 healthy white and orange main parachutes. We then tracked Dragon all the way down as it slowly propelled into the ocean, and I think I speak for all of us on the ship when I say a new core memory was made today, and we are looking forward to having Crew 9 on board with us a little later.
Jaden, that is amazing. Now, obviously, we are watching it here on camera, and the landing conditions look pretty good, but how was it from your perspective? What is the sea state out there?
Absolutely. So we've had optimal conditions for splashdown, and today it is sunny and 63 degrees outside right now with clear skies, light winds, and calm seas. The sea looks absolutely beautiful right now, and light blue with the sun reflecting from it. And Kay, I think the crew's going to like what they feel weather-wise on this picture-perfect day for splashdown off the coast of Tallahassee.
Thanks so much, Jaden. It certainly looks like a beautiful day. Can you tell us a little bit about the journey of the recovery forces to get to this point?
Sure. So one unique aspect of this recovery was the onboard training on station conducted for Butch and Sunny to ensure they were ready to return on a Dragon spacecraft. That training covered all aspects of their return, including nominal and contingency departures, deorbit burns, splashdown, and post-landing ops, which is what this team is preparing for now. As for the recovery teams themselves, we started the day taking a series of helicopters out to the vessel, and as standard, the recovery director and crew support teams were on that first helicopter out and took the time to get everything prepared on the ship. About 2 hours before splashdown, they deployed those fast boats and jet skis into the water. I was actually on the second helicopter out, and we were on the vessel about an hour and a half before splashdown and landed on top of the helicopter pad on the Megan. And the teams have been working diligently across their respective disciplines this week, executing what can only be described, in my point of view, as a logistical masterpiece, just ensuring every detail has been in place for Crew 9's return.
That is such great news. I'm so glad that you're able there to experience it in person. Now, can you tell us a little bit about what's next to retrieve the crew for the recovery personnel on board?
Yeah, Kate. So coming up next, Dragon will be hoisted into the on-deck translation system, or the nest, at the aft end of the ship, and then will be translated pretty quickly towards that egress platform. We'll perform another series of safety checks as final precautionary measures just to make sure there are no hypergolic vapors present before opening that side hatch. And then once that side hatch of the spacecraft is open, the crew will be assisted out of the capsule one by one from NASA and SpaceX.
Freedom, SpaceX, ComCheck.
Freedom's got you loud and clear.
Thanks, Nick. Got you loud and clear as well. We have completed our forward link transition.
Copy.
Parachute issues. You can see those parachutes continuing to slow the Dragon.
That's the recovery process that's underway now. A bit of a transition, as you heard from the experts at NASA, that will take place, and it won't take too long before the 4 astronauts are taken to the shore. It's all going to happen very quickly now, as we saw after the deorbiting was completed. Happened around 2:53 Indian Standard Time, and you saw how quickly things moved after that. There was this brief period in which the signal was also lost, and it's called the loss of signal in technical terminology. However, things moved very, very fast after that, and it worked perfectly well, exactly the way the NASA scientists and those at SpaceX would have wanted things to play out, and everything working out to an absolute T. The recovery is going to be the key now, and that's what we await, these live visuals coming in from NASA. Let me go across to Pavni Mittal, who's joining me from Florida. Firstly, Pavni, tell us about what it was like for you to just get a sense of this momentous occasion that we were all building up to. We spoke a couple of hours back, and you spoke of the excitement that was gripping everyone around, and yourself being very excited as well. Tell us what it was like to experience and get a sense of the magnitude of this moment.
So today was a big day for space lovers over here in Florida, especially here because we are at what's called the Space Coast, because it's a great viewing place for launches, and also you have these outdoor memorials and monuments commemorating America's milestones in outer space. And today, of course, we were speaking to people who were here to watch the launch. But when I was talking to them, they also were very excited about the return of the astronauts, especially the 2 who have been there in the International Space Station for about 9 months. Part of it is because their story is something that has, touched people emotionally at many levels. They've, an 8-day mission turned into a 9-month ordeal. You see their videos, there's continuous speculation about, when will they be back? Is the spacecraft going to get them back? Like, what's happening on that front? On the other front, there's also a lot of chatter about just the renewal of the space race in general. A few decades ago, this was a Cold War contest between the US and Russia. Today, you have more players coming in, especially private players. So the business community is also very interested because you have top entrepreneurs. I mean, Elon Musk, of course, is going to be a very happy man today, but Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson. So there's a lot of money that is going into space exploration for commercial purposes. And then just a couple of days ago, the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, said it was concerned that Russia and China were stepping up defense drills by satellites up in outer space. So at many levels, today is a big day for people because there's a lot of excitement, but for the American government, the country itself, this is a moment to celebrate the fact that the US, despite increasing competition, still remains the most powerful country in outer space and space exploration as well.
Right, I'm going to be coming back to you, Pavni, but at this point, let's go back to these live images.
It's beautiful. We had ideal splashdown parameters today. Obviously, wave height, ne'er a concern. The weather is beautiful, as Jaden mentioned, in the 60s, sunny. Looking forward to seeing Crew 9 exit the capsule here shortly once they get hoisted onto the recovery vessel Megan.
We can see that recovery vessel slowly but surely closing the distance there between, Dolphin Cam back again. We can see that the Dragon capsule and the recovery vessel, that distance is closing. Again, this is just one more step as we continue to work recovery operations for Dragon Freedom. And we anticipate the lift of the Dragon capsule to occur here in just a few minutes. Now, once all of the rigging is on the capsule and it's hooked up to the recovery vessel, we will see the hydraulic arm, which is that kind of like bridge-like structure there at the aft end of the recovery vessel. We'll see that articulate backwards, and that's a good sign that we're getting even closer to pulling the capsule out of the water. It will then move forward and The capsule will be placed inside of what you can see there is basically a basket. We call it the nest, dragon nest, that's where the capsule will be placed in order for it to be translated to the forward end of the vessel and for the astronauts to egress.
And before that does take place, we'll have potentially views of the rigger go ahead and jump off of the spacecraft there.
That typically occurs when the spacecraft is a little bit closer to the recovery vessel, and we usually get a really good view of that particular operation from one of the onboard cameras from the recovery vessel. That is an operation that I have a lot of respect and admiration for, that individual that does that.
So
These
again,
are
Dragon continuing
visuals we're getting from the Splashdown site. On your screen right now is not just Capsule Freedom, in which the 4 astronauts came.
You are just joining us. Crew 9 Splashdown off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time with NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, Sunny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov. They're now working through procedures to hoist this spacecraft up onto the recovery vessel Megan.
We just saw that hydraulic arm get lowered into the lifting position. That arm will be the mechanism that is utilized to lift Dragon up and out of the water and into the nest located there at the aft end of the recovery vessel.
And the recovery vessel being used today is, as we mentioned multiple times, is named Megan, but that's actually after NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur, who flew on Crew 2 a couple of years ago. We're getting some views now from actually inside the boat.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This view is straight down the recovery vessel. That platform that was closest to the camera, that is the egress platform.
Freedom. Rigging is almost complete. Approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift.
Great news there from SpaceX Core. So about 5 minutes left until we see Dragon Freedom get lifted out of the water. That hydraulic arm, as I said before, is the mechanism that will lift it. It's quite swift, actually, the whole process of getting the spacecraft.
Brace for capsule lift.
Bracing.
There it goes, Dragon Freedom being lifted out of the water and onto our recovery vessel, Megan.
Departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos. And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos. And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9. And you see at the hatchway.
So once securely on...
Welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing final checks and stand by for translation to the egress platform.
Freedom copies.
Great news there, letting us know that Dragon Freedom has been successfully recovered from the water's surface. If you've just joined us, we had an on-time splashdown at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and we can now see that the water recovery operations are continuing to progress. The nest where the Dragon spacecraft is located is going to get moved forward. This will happen after one of the recovery crew members does some checks, and we'll also see some hosing. Obviously, the spacecraft splashed down in salt water. Salt water is corrosive, and we want to try and rinse out as much of the salt water as possible to reduce that corrosion on the metallic structures. So we can see some guidance there being provided, really steering the spacecraft properly into the Dragon's nest.
And it's been 30 minutes since Dragon Splashdown, and as you can see there, the spacecraft is already on board the recovery vessel Megan. Things continuing to move very smoothly today throughout the entire operations from the deorbit burn up until this point as well.
And Freedom, it looks like the positioning wasn't quite right, so they are working on repositioning the capsule in the nest now.
Okay, copy that. Thanks.
And with that, the team is just going to adjust the Dragon spacecraft a bit so that it's in the right position ahead of translating up a little bit closer ahead of the side hatch. So the team is now going to step through the procedures to ensure that that takes place.
While Dragon does fly itself autonomously, it clearly is unable to park itself autonomously. We want to make sure that the Dragon capsule is properly seated there in that nest.
For some final photos. And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members. And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some.
Once Dragon is fully seated in the nest, we'll probably see a bunch of that salt water come out from the bucket there located underneath the side hatch. See some salt water splash out. As I mentioned before, one of the recovery team members will begin hosing down the exterior of the spacecraft.
So you are continuing to get some great live views on your screen of Crew 9, which includes NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, who splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon. Now working to get that spacecraft situated in the nest. Just making some final adjustments and tweaks to ensure that it's nice and secure.
Once the spacecraft is seated and secured and oriented correctly in the nest, Dragon will be moved into the hangar located underneath that helipad that we saw earlier from the aerial views during recovery.
All right, Freedom, looks like you are settled into the nest now. Team is working through hypergol sweeps.
Copy all.
Call out there telling us that the recovery team is doing the second round of those hypergolic sweeps. This helps ensure that all the recovery team members that are located basically right where this camera is located on, towards the forward end of the recovery vessel, that they will all be safe once the spacecraft is translated forward. So we're just doing some additional steps to make sure that the hypergolic propellant that is utilized for maneuvering the Dragon capsule while on orbit, making sure that none of those vapors are still present on the exterior of the capsule.
That's right. And there are a variety of individuals on board the boat that help with recovery operations. Not only do we have the recovery personnel that you see here, but we also have a doctor that will check out the crew members as standard procedure. As with any spacecraft that is returning from space, we always perform a medical check with the crew. So you will see the crew come out of the capsule and be placed on stretchers, just like with the Soyuz landing and with all of our Dragon splashdowns, that is the nominal procedure. We'll stand by to see Dragon Freedom translate or scooch up a little bit closer to the camera angle that we're seeing right here. and then teams will step through procedures to get that side hatch opened. You see it right in the dead center of your screen there. It's kind of that rectangular shape. It has not been opened since Crew 9, which included Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, launched back in September from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So that will be the very first time that hatch is opened. Once docked to the International Space Station, crew enter through the top hatch, which was where the nose cone is now closed. That's the hatch that they actually utilize to go ahead and get inside the International Space Station. So as we get a little closer to that hatch opening procedure, you might start to see more individuals come into frame for some of that support. The ship has a maximum capacity of a little over 40 people on board, and it takes a variety of different roles, as we've discussed, to support. Also on board is the chief of the astronaut office for NASA, that's Joe Acaba.
Now, while we are standing by for translation of the Dragon spacecraft to the platform there, the recovery platform that we see in the foreground, it is important to note that Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander will be getting assistance from the recovery teams while exiting the spacecraft. This is the same process for any returning long-duration crew members. As you could imagine, returning to a gravity environment can wreak havoc on our vestibular system, which is responsible for maintaining balance and motion. Of course, safety is our number one priority with this operation, so we'll see the crew members helped out of the spacecraft one by one, and they will be assisted the few feet to the medical quarters aboard the boat.
And on board Dragon are three veteran space flyers. That includes Nick Hague, the commander, as well as Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. Alexander Gorbanov is completing his very first space flight on this mission, and he completed 171 days in space along with Nick Hague.
For those of you that have just recently joined us, well, I would encourage you to hit that rewind button and go back a few minutes. It was a beautiful splashdown of Dragon Freedom with the Crew 9 cohort on board. They had an on-time splashdown at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, 2:57 p.m. Pacific Time. We can see that the spacecraft...
Freedom translation is in progress.
Copy, and seal it.
We can see that spacecraft was successfully recovered from the ocean surface and is now being washed with fresh water, as obviously they splash down in salt water. So we're trying to rinse off as much of that salt water as possible. And we can see the spacecraft continuing to move closer and closer to that recovery deck.
Freedom, the crew is working on side hatch opening now. Expect hatch open in about 2 minutes.
Okay, copy that. And Kira, just wanted to say that to you guys, you and the team did an awesome job, both uphill and downhill. Just really impressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. It's been an honor.
This is a pretty exciting moment coming up. We are working to open the side hatch. One thing that may not be obvious from, just looking at the spacecraft here is that this side hatch that we're about to open, the last time it was open was when this spacecraft was at the launch pad. This side hatch is what is used for initial capsule ingress and final capsule egress, but all comings and goings from the spacecraft while it is on board the space station are from the forward hatch, which is located at the top of the spacecraft under that nose cone. So this is a pretty exciting moment because it will be the crew's first breath of fresh air since boarding their ships at the start of their journeys last year.
And the very first person that will have the opportunity to say hello to the crew once that hatch is open is a SpaceX medical recovery personnel representative. Then we'll see procedures take place to remove the footrests of Dragon. That will just help the recovery personnel get a little bit more room to access the crew and help get them out of the spacecraft.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Safety is, once again, top priority here, and removing those footrests from all 4 seats will be helpful as a SpaceX recovery team member will actually go into the capsule, into Dragon Freedom to help the crew members unbuckle and stand up, and essentially we'll also see a fun little slide be put in place to help the crew members exit the spacecraft safely. So yeah, we're going to remove all 4 of those footrests to basically give a little bit more working room inside the spacecraft.
That's right. And we did hear the go for that hatch opening, so we're just a couple minutes away from being able to see that. And then we might be able to get the chance to see a couple of views inside of the Dragon and see the crew following their splashdown.
Now, opening that side hatch isn't quite like opening the door to your car. We have to depress the seal around the side hatch, as well as, we'll now see them open that side hatch up.
And there you have it. The side hatch.
These are very crucial moments that we're witnessing right now. The side hatch, which was last open 9 months back, the time that it was on the launch pad, that's when it was opened, and now is just the second time after it was on the launch pad that we see the side hatch getting opened.
One from any potential damage. Oh, we can see the recovery crew member there taking photos of the side hatch seal. This is part of the standard operation for recovery. These photos will get saved into our procedure. We'll then install that protective frame around the side hatch. This helps to ensure that the side hatch itself, the edges of it incur no damage while crew members are coming out from the spacecraft. If you missed it, there was also a recovery team member that went inside. So there are now 5 people on board the Dragon spacecraft.
Away from the crucial egress of the 4 astronauts who've come all the way back from space. 17 hours is what they spent in the capsule. It was a 17-hour-long flight from space to Houston, and now in the recovery vessel is the Capsule Freedom, in which the 4 astronauts came in. Right now, the recovery process is underway. One of the members of the recovery team is inside checking on the 4 astronauts who've come all the way back to the Earth. These are just protocols that have to be followed. There's a seal as well, a protective seal that you see on your screen right now. Right there you see where the hands were laid of that particular personnel over there. It's a recovery, it's a safety seal that's been put over there as well to keep the hatch intact. This is the side hatch that is being used at the moment, and this is the passage through which, this is the opening through which you will see the recovery member that's inside and the 4 astronauts including Sunita Williams come out, and I have a feeling we're just about a couple of minutes away from that happening. These are live visuals coming in, and
some happy waves, smiles all around back on Earth.
Of the 4 astronauts who've made a long journey back home, all 4 of them in Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore, Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, all 4 of them were seated in a row over there, and in a moment or two from now you will see all 4 of them get out. This is incredible what we're witnessing right now. There is so much in store for us in terms of learning, in terms of science, in terms of space exploration, in terms of robotics. So much on the line, and those 4 people will be walking out into gravity now after a long time. We'll have so much to share for the betterment of humanity. This is incredible what we're seeing right now. There are personnel of the Coast Guard who played a crucial role in getting the capsule back on this recovery vessel. And after it was put in the nest, in fact it is still in the nest, the particular area in which the vessel is kept after it gets lifted off the ocean is called the nest. This is where the vessel is right now kept on. The capsule has been kept on, and just usual protocols being followed at the moment. There are of course members of SpaceX also around who are closely coordinating this with NASA, and it's incredible what the 2 agencies have achieved over here. Let's delve into these visuals that are coming in right now.
Those footrests are made out of carbon fiber and are actually sized appropriately for each crew member, as everybody has different measurements and different leg lengths. Same goes for the armrests and the bucket length of each seat. We size those appropriately for the crew members and to ensure their comfort and safety. I believe we just saw the little ramp that is used to help slide the crew members out from inside the spacecraft.
And once the crew does exit Dragon Freedom, they will be placed on to a stretcher to go to a medical bay for medical checkouts. This is standard procedure for all Dragon spacecraft flights that Splashdown crewed, as well as for our Soyuz spacecraft that land in Kazakhstan.
Of Dragon Freedom.
This is the first image of the 4 individuals, the 4 astronauts after they landed. This is the first visual that we've captured for you, moments away from the egress that everyone is waiting for. But we saw smiles over there. We saw a wave as well, almost in sync, that the 4 of them waved. And the moment that we've all been waiting for. On the left side of your screen are live visuals. That opening that you see is from where the 4 astronauts will be coming out of. That's the side hatch of the capsule. The capsule which has been named Freedom, the capsule that's got the 4 astronauts back to the Earth. It took 17 hours for them to come from the space to the Earth. There are procedural checks happening right now, but moments from now you will see the 4, including Sunita Williams, come out of that vessel. They'll be put on a stretcher immediately, as they are not used to the air pressure, the gravity of the Earth. They've been in space for far too long for them to be immediately exposed. There'll be a long physical rehab that all 4 of them will have to undergo. There's so much of physical toll that they would have endured in this space, and it's going to be a slow process for them to come back to a state of normalcy, but stunning in terms of visuals, stunning in terms of what NASA and SpaceX has achieved over here. There was too much on the line, there was too much that had to fall in place and be performed to a T in terms of processes, and everything has happened like an absolute charm. Right now, these are personnel from SpaceX, the Coast Guard as well, that's had a very crucial role to play as well, and that's the moment that was that everyone was waiting for. We saw all 4 of them smile and wave. There was a thumbs up as well that we saw over there. The procedural medical checks are happening right now. These things take some time. You see all 4 of them dressed in their astronaut suits. We also played out those visuals of them getting into those suits as well as they were preparing for the way back home. But how delighted would they all be right now? However, what they say about astronauts is that they would rather stay in the space than be on the Earth. They just like being there so much, but they'd be relieved as well. And there you see those are members of the recovery team helping the astronauts get out. And like we were telling you, see,
some smiles, thumbs up, and a wave. Can't get any better than that.
Yeah, that is one happy camper, that's for sure. As we said before, it is standard procedure for all of our long-duration crew members to receive assistance upon egressing from the spacecraft. We basically help them move off of the recovery deck and into the private medical quarters for their initial consultation with the SpaceX flight surgeon. So we'll see that take place for all 4 of our crew members today.
We've already seen one of the 4 astronauts come out, was stretchered off. It's exactly going to be the thing with the other 3 as well. Sunita Williams is still inside Capsule Freedom, and she should be coming out very shortly. Plenty of medical checkups happening, the standard operating procedures being followed by all agencies present on the ground. It's been a little short of an hour, just about 50 odd minutes since we saw Capsule Freedom land on the face of the Earth, and it's in the Atlantic right now. It was off the coast of Florida that the landing took place. Stunning visuals, what we saw earlier on in that magical moment of Splashdown that so many people have tuned in for and had reached the coast of
Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov's first space flight. Spent 171 days in space alongside NASA astronaut Nick Hague.
Looks like we're getting some cheers and clapping on board as Alexander is slid down the little ramp and placed into the mobility aid. Once again, big smile.
Now, the 2 crew members remaining in Dragon are NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore. They completed 286 days in space.
One of the remaining footrests being removed from the Dragon spacecraft. As I said before, we generally try to have the crew members that are located in the 2 center seats aboard Dragon, and we like to have them egress first if possible, as it creates a little bit more movable working room inside the spacecraft. There is a recovery crew member inside that is helping all of our Crew 9 crew egress or exit from the spacecraft. Inside the spacecraft, there is a recovery.
We are standing.
So there are 2 astronauts left inside the capsule, and those are the 2 astronauts that have been in space, or had been in space, I should say, now that they're back home for 9 months. What I'm getting to know is that next to come out of the capsule will be India's own daughter, Sunita Williams. She spent 9 long months in the space.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to think that, just 5 years ago when we were doing the initial demonstration missions of the Dragon, for Crew Dragon, that now we're under about 30 minutes for, to retrieve the spacecraft from the water, and just several minutes here while it's been on board, and to get everyone, really to get that side hatch open. For those of you that have just recently joined, the Dragon had an on-time splashdown. It looks like we're getting our next crew member here. That is none other than Sunny Williams. Big smile, big waves. She, like her other crew members, now will be assisted onto the mobility aid.
There we have it, some waves, some thumbs up, and some smiles.
Definitely seems to be a theme among all recovery operations.
Absolutely. And of course, that leaves NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore inside Dragon in seat 4. We're getting some views of him now as he egresses or exits the spacecraft.
So all 4 astronauts have now come out of the capsule. Look at that. Thumbs up for Butch Wilmore. He was the last one to come out. And a round of applause there as well from all those, who witnessed it and were a part of it. Sunny Williams was the second last crew member. So moments before Butch Wilmore came out, Sunny Williams came out of the capsule, and we saw not just a big smile on her face, but she waved into the camera as well and looked extremely happy, much as was seen with the others as well. And this is part of the protocol. All 4 of them were then stretchered off. There was mobility aid that was provided to all 4. You can't just come out of the capsule and start move around like that, because you've been in space and in no gravity for far too long. But the ordeal perhaps is over, the wait is over, and for so many people back home, both in the United States and in India, there have been too many people who wanted this to go. There were fingers crossed to go for all of this to go as per plan. We saw prayers, we saw havans, we saw special gatherings take place in the village from which her father hails, and everything's happened to an absolute T. So credit to NASA, credit to SpaceX for what they've achieved over here. And after 9 months, one of India's own daughters, Sunny Williams, She's paid India a couple of visits in the past as well. We spoke with her mother a couple of hours back, and she said that she did receive the letter from Prime Minister Modi that was addressed to Sunita Williams, and she does plan to come to India rather soon. It's going to be samosa time for Sunita Williams, in the same interaction that I was just referring to. We heard from her mother say that Sunita does like munching on a samosa or two every now and then. The other thing she is really fond of is a Gujarati cuisine in dal dhokli. So she's going to be having those two things for sure. Once she's able to regale with family, once she's able to rekindle with her family, it is still going to be a few she'll still have to wait for that to happen, because she will be under medical observation for a substantial amount of time. But once all those protocols are done, once all of those procedures are completed, she'll be eased in to the whole family setting. She'll be eased into being back on the earth. It's not that easy. The amount of physical toll, the amount of mental toll that the two astronauts in particular who spent the maximum time of the four in space, there's so much that they underwent, and it's going to be a slow process for them to come back. Those are the four astronauts, all four of them on your screen right now, who came in the SpaceX Dragon flight. Sunita Williams, of course, one of them. Butch Wilmore, the other. You also had Nick Hague, who was the commander of the flight back home. And then you had Russia's Alexander Gorbanov. All four of them back home, safe and sound, exactly how you wished for. And the landing took place off the coast of Florida. And that was breathtaking. What we witnessed at that time, it was 3:28 Indian Standard Time when that beautiful moment panned out. We got live images from NASA, where we saw the splashdown take place, and everything almost working like, it was orchestra. Almost felt like that, because every process was so meticulous, was so well executed. The way that the parachutes came out, the way that the splashdown happened, everything working out perfectly. Trimel Gomes continues to be with us. He's joining us live from Florida. Trimel, so very beautiful in so many ways, and there's so much for us to absorb. I remember you saying that those parachutes looked like, starfish-like the time that they were spread out, to these beautiful moments that we now see of the four astronauts coming out, looking into the cameras, giving us a big smile, thumbs up, a nice little wave as well. There's so much that we witnessed today, and so much that we will continue to talk about.
I'm glad to see them wave back at us and give us that thumbs up that they're okay. And you can also see like the weight of the world is on them. Like when they're sitting into that wheelchair, like you can see the heaviness, and there's like, welcome back to gravity. So it's great to see them back and get whisked away to get their rehabilitation process started, to get reacclimated back to what's life back here on Earth. So it's very exciting to see their smiles on their faces, and great to hear the cuisine that's ahead for Suni, especially. I'm hungry right now, so that's really good. But it's a successful mission, and as you can hear the noises around me, I'm still here at Port Canaveral, where like ships are coming in, and this is a popular launch site for rockets, and we were anticipating, like, maybe the splashdown would have happened here, but with all the weather and making sure things are safe, it ended up on the Gulf side of the state of Florida. We're preparing for the media briefing that will occur in about 30 minutes or so in Houston, where we will hear more from those who were a part of this very important mission to really hear how things went. We saw it beautifully from our end that things went great, but maybe we'll get intel that, oh, this didn't work, or this they need to improve, or all the things that they were concerned about to make sure things went off as successful as it appears to us. So really a great mission. Great to see everyone back home safely and smiling and happy, and looking forward to the days ahead.
Exactly. You know, we're all equally excited for what is in store. Let me also bring in Pramod Madhav to add to this conversation. Pramod, there's a sense of delight. You know, you can be anywhere right now. You know, you know, it doesn't matter if you're an Indian or not. It doesn't matter if you're an American or let's say a Russian for that matter. We had, you know, we had astronauts from all nationalities, different nationalities on board the Dragon flight that came back to the Earth just about an hour back. But for just mankind, for those who have a strong liking for space, this means so much.
Ashit, I would simply say it's a great and what we saw today, what we observed was something like anybody who has curiosity would be really amazed by what they saw. In fact, one beautiful thing what I saw, like as this particular capsule made a splash, there was a pod of dolphin that was actually swimming around that particular area as the speedboats were coming around, and this particular heavy vessel was there to rig it back in. There was actually a pod of dolphins over there that was swimming around. So everybody curious had something to actually observe today and be be a part of what had happened. And the another part is that it took almost 1 hour for the crew to be pulled into that particular machine and vessel, and then the astronauts to come out. And one thing we're really great about is that the way they shake their hand, showed a thumbs up and such, it actually showed that their motor movements are really good. But of course they had, which is actually expected, was a little bit difficulty to stand up thanks to gravity, but they were immediately helped on a stretcher. Now they'll be taken to a kind of a medical place where they will go undergo certain kind of tests again. This normally happens when you are in space for a long period. Imagine even the cosmonaut itself was there for more than 100 days, and Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore for nearly 9 months. So it's not like they completely forgot gravity, but coming back again, it's the same way like when you go to space. In the absence of gravity, the actual way the body acts is entirely different, and when it comes back to gravity, it acts in a different, the blood flow, the various other lymphatic fluid flow, everything will differ with the influence of gravity. We are not saying that gravity is completely governing it, but the influence is really high, so that actually will be their body vitals will be monitored. But one thing is really great, all four are really safe and their motor movements are really good. They were able to smile, they were able to show their hand, wave and everything. So that way we are really happy, and not just a science enthusiast, anybody who is curious to know about what is in space and how things work, it was an absolute treat for them, Harshit.
I'm going to be coming back to you, Pramod, but let's just play out for those of our viewers who are joining us right now. The exact moment at 3:28 Indian Standard Time when we saw Capsule Freedom land on the Earth, when we saw that splashdown. Let's play out that particular moment of magic. It almost worked like orchestra. It was everything happened to a T. It almost felt like you were watching a play unfold in front of you. The way that the capsule landed, the way that the parachutes came out and spread across like it were a butterfly. It was breathtaking, to say the least.
And SpaceX Freedom, Splashdown. Good main release.
Copy Splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
It is an amazing, what a ride. I see a capsule full of grins ear to ear.
Copy, 200 meters. Brace for splashdown.
As you can see there on your screen, continuing to monitor progress of the Dragon spacecraft. And we're going to stand by for splashdown, located in the Gulf of America, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
And splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
Now, the splashdown happened all the way off the coast of Florida, but the celebrations happened here in India. Let me bring in Shivani Sharma, my colleague, who's joining me live right now from Sunita's ancestral village in Gujarat's Mehsana. Tell us, Shivani, about how exactly is it that the villagers celebrated that moment? Are there special screenings happening? And all those prayers that we saw happen earlier in the day, all of that, working out exactly how they would have liked, right?
Harshit, the whole atmosphere is electrifying out here in Mehsana's Julasan village. And here you see this is a temple. This is an ancient temple which have been praying for Sunita Williams' safe return since 9.5 months. Because, she was to return in June 2024 itself. But there were some technical glitches that were detected on that spacecraft. And since then, these villagers have been praying for her safe return. You see, a special screening was being done here since the night, and there was a special havan that was being done here. And when Sunita Williams touched down and the splashdown happened, all of them celebrated, they danced, and they are so happy, they are so elated, they are so connected to Sunita. They treat her as their own daughter, and this is her ancestral village, Julasan. Let's talk to these villagers how they are celebrating. आप लोग कितनी खुशी मना रहे हैं, कितनी बड़ी बात है
आज ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। एक त्योहार की तरह ये दिन गवाया जाएगा। जो हमारे गांव में जो हमने पूजा अर्चना की है आज
उसका फल मिलेगा। आज हमें 9 महीने के बाद हमें फल मिलने वाला है। जो हमें श्रावण महीने में जो धुन चालू की थी उसकी हवन और धुन में हमें जो रणकार सुनने मिले थे महादेव जी के जो झणकार के, वही झणकार का रणकार उनको ऊपर सुनना था। वही हमें 3 दिन के बाद हमके मैसेज समाचार में पड़ा था कि हमारे महादेव जी का मैसेज उनके तरफ पहुंचा।
हर्षित, वी हैव सम यंग गर्ल्स आल्सो हियर। आप बताइएगा कि कैसा लग रहा है? आप सुनीता विलियम्स को देखते हैं, उनसे इंस्पायर होते हैं और आज पूरे रात जागे हो आप उनके लिए?
हम पूरे रात उनके लिए जागे और हमें अच्छा लग रहा है। उनसे हमें बहुत प्रेरणा भी मिलती है, अच्छी अच्छी प्रेरणा भी। उनके जैसे हम भी बनना चाहते हैं, उनके जैसे हम भी हमारा गाँव का नाम रोशन करना चाहते हैं।
I'll show you something, Harshit. Here, these youngsters. आपके पास क्या है? ये जरा हमारे दर्शक जो हैं, जो व्यूअर्स देख रहे हैं, उनको दिखाओ।
मेरे पास पटाखा है और 9 महीने का अंतर गया है। और
कितने सारे पटाखे आप लेके आए हो? कितने सारे? अभी Harshit, we've already seen a lot of fireworks being done here, and they are just taking a breather. They have to celebrate again. You can see this whole preparation. हाँ,
3 बॉक्स है ये। एक मिर्ची बम, एक
तो आज पूरे दिन दिवाली आप मनाने वाले हो?
पूरे दिन
तो एक बार जोर से ताली तो बजाओ, कुछ लगे एनर्जी। आप बताइए कि यहाँ पे आप बच्चे लोग हो और सब लोग प्रेयर कर रहे हो, सुनीता विलियम्स के लिए कर रहे थे। अब क्या करने वाले हो? आगे कैसे प्लान कर रहे हो? पूरा पार्टी आज होगा?
आज पूरे दिन पार्टी करेंगे और पूरा दिन सेलिब्रेट करेंगे हम। आज वो वापस आ गए उसकी खुशी में।
ओके, आप बताइएगा कि आप क्या करने वाले हो? आप टीवी देख रहे थे, रात भर आप सोए नहीं हो, आप यहाँ पे स्क्रीनिंग देख रहे थे, क्या बोलेंगे? I think she is sleepy. रात भर ये जाग रहे थे आप लोग. Harshit, you can see that all the villagers, they've gathered here. They've been sitting through the night. They've been praying, and they were wishing that Sunita Williams returns safely on Earth. And now they are relieved. They say that now when Sunita Williams is back on Earth, she should once visit her village again. And you see these posters, these cutouts, these pictures of Sunita that have been inspiring the villagers here, which these pictures have been kept here, and the prayers were going on since 9.5 months. So now the day has come when they will be celebrating. There will be a huge procession in the village where all the villagers from the adjoining villages will also be coming here. So a lot of happiness out here, and they say that this is the victory of their faith, their belief, and they'll be looking forward to meet Sunita Williams. But yes, the party goes on here. Harshit.
And the party must go on, of course. After all, this is indeed something special and momentous that we've seen. Thank you so much, Shivani, for joining us at this hour and getting us all those reactions from Sunita Williams' father's native village, Pramod. And Pramod continues to be with me right now, as does Trumel Gomes. Pramod, we saw over there what it means for people here in India. They were miles and miles away from where all the action was in Florida. But even then, this means so much to those who look up to Sunita Williams, want to be like her, and she's been this inspirational figure, not just to people in the village of Mehsana, but plenty others as well in India. This is indeed a moment to savor.
It absolutely is, like, starting with Neil Armstrong or like many other astronauts, even Kalpana Chawla, every other astronaut, Yuri and everyone who have gone to the space, who have accomplished something or the other, are considered as inspirations for the children, because they have done something only a handful of people were able to do, sustaining this kind of like speed, going from being launched from Earth, escape velocity 11.2 kilometers per second speed, and then you go over there, you are going to live in an isolated place. Imagine the kind of passion you should have to be in such a place and go ahead. It's a kind of progression for the entire human society, be it evolution or such, because even before, like, forget going to some other place, colonizing the place or creating an atmosphere over there, you have to take the first step of being acclimatized to a place called as space. And these are the astronauts who have accomplished it, being there for nearly 100 days and so, and doing spacewalks. It's empty, it's abyss, and you imagine the kind of like the lack of fear to go over there, just like being with their people inside their crew and talking to them and able to be in space. And imagine all this is happening at thousands of miles per hour speed as the International Space Station is revolving around Earth, and accomplishing something like that, going over there, conducting studies exactly to find out how living things actually work in zero gravity, which you cannot do on the ground. And they are more passionate about it that they want to go back again. They are not worried about anything else. If they've given an opportunity, I'm pretty sure if Sunita Williams was given an opportunity, she would say yes to go back again to space. So that's the way they are. So that is the reason. Imagine if they have accomplished so much that even accomplishing 10% of what they have done is a big deal. And that's a reason they are all inspirations, not just for us, but any scientist enthusiast, any child who looks up to the sky and wonders about stars and the sun and the moon, Harshit.
Precisely. Trumel, also could you, we saw the tremendous fanfare that there is for somebody like Sunita Williams, who has her roots, her ancestral roots in India. But for the common man in the United States, could you tell us what Sunita Williams means? What's the kind of resonance that there is for Sunita Williams and this whole achievement of hers? She's done multiple spacewalks in the past. She's done multiple missions to the space. What is her legacy in the view of an average American?
Sunita Williams is a powerful woman. She is a role model. She is a trailblazing example, out of this world, if you will. Her
literally.
background, yes, her background is an example that many men and women will dream of, to aspire to. Former Navy test pilot, the feat that it takes to accomplish those things to become an astronaut. Look at the seats on an astronaut, the 4 that came down. There's not many that can sit there in those tight spaces. It takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, hard nights, lots of studying, lots of peer-reviewed work, and so much that goes into making it to that level. And she has done so in such a graceful fashion, and to be able to enter space multiple times and to make this historic return, even with the issues that came about that made this story even more storied, to have the successful return 9 months later. Who's going to have that story to tell? Like, hey, I went on a trip that was supposed to be 9 days and turned into 9 months. So she's a remarkable example that all of us will look up to, and she will set the example for years to come, for so many to follow.
Right. Right, Tramel, I'm going to be coming back to you in just a bit. Let me, sum up things for our viewers over here. 3:28 is when the capsule landed. That splashdown, beg your pardon, was something to witness, and we did that live over here at India Today. Our coverage has been non-stop, and on the left side of your screen was indeed that moment I was just talking about. But that's the moment we all waited for. Sunita Williams coming out of the capsule, and she was stretchered off, as is the standard operating procedure. There were 3 others who came out of that capsule in Butch Wilmore, who alongside her spent 10 long months, and then there was the commander for this particular flight in Nick Hague. There was also Russian cosmonaut in Alexander Gorbanov as well. But scintillating what we saw in terms of execution, in terms of the optics of the splashdown was simply stunning.
On behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
As you can see there on your screen, continuing to monitor progress of the Dragon spacecraft. And we're going to stand by for splashdown, located in the Gulf of America, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
And splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
And SpaceX Freedom, splashdown. Good main release.
Copy splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
It is an amazing, what a ride. I see a capsule full of grins ear to ear.
System safety verifications are in progress. We'll report back when recovery personnel are en route.
Understand. And, we're in section 2, 4.800 landing response. And looking for your word on if it is necessary.
Copy, you're in section 2 for the environmental assessment in 4.800. That is not necessary today.
Understand. Raising 5. SpaceX Freedom. Pretty sure we're in stable 1.
Copy, stable 1. We see the same. SpaceX is go for recovery personnel to approach. Expect personnel alongside in the next few minutes.
Freedom copies.
We can see dolphins, actually, who want to come and play with Dragon.
Be assisted out of the capsule one by one from NASA and SpaceX.
Freedom, SpaceX, comm check.
Freedom's got you loud and clear.
Thanks, Nick. I've got you loud and clear as well. We have completed our forward link transition.
And there you have it. The side hatch is open for the first time.
Interestingly, when the recovery of a Dragon vessel was underway, a few dolphins were spotted near the Dragon. Let's take a look.
As you can see there on your screen, continuing to monitor progress of the Dragon spacecraft. Here on your screen, we can see dolphins, actually, who want to come and play with Dragon. Now, one of the fast boats there in place, working to assist the recovery team member. It's incredible. I just love these views. We really see them even better in daytime. But just seeing the recovery team work in tandem to step through each step, to step through each operation. Obviously they're getting quick assists from the honorary part of the recovery team, those dolphins in the water there. Now the recovery team member that is crawling around the Dragon spacecraft. Earlier we saw a view where it was like a spider monkey pose. We can see that individual now standing in the bucket where the main parachutes were stored while Dragon was on orbit. Obviously, those main parachutes were utilized for Splashdown today. They were deployed and cut from the Dragon capsule, and one of the other fast boats of the recovery team working to pull those out of the water. Now, the recovery team member that is there working on top of the Dragon capsule.
Trimel Gomes from Florida is still with us. So is my colleague Pramod Madhav. Right now on your screen, viewers, are some of the best images that we've witnessed over the last couple of hours. We've been non-stop here on India Today, and what we saw was a piece of history unfold right from the time that the deorbiting took place, and it took place exactly the way it was planned, to the splashdown, everything working like an absolute charm. And towards the end, so heartwarming to see the 4 astronauts come out, look into the camera, give all of us a big smile, wave as well, and warm all our hearts. This is exactly what we all waited for. Let me go across to Trimel Gomes, who is joining us from Florida. Trimel, in terms of the magnitude of this particular event, can it be reiterated enough in terms of how important a piece of event we witnessed today?
It's very important, and we can go on, and it's necessary, and even for our ongoing coverage and the length of providing this important information, it doesn't compare to what these astronauts went through, like Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov. They spent 170 days at the International Space Station. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, 285 days on the International Space Station. So these are long time in that confined space, doing important work, advancing research that, helps us all with all the various diseases and issues and new things on the horizon that we need to be aware of and find cures for. So it was a spectacular event to have them back here on Earth, safe and sound, and preparing for the next adventure. As Pramod mentions, they're ready to go back up there if you probably ask them. As soon as they're recovered and get some rest, they'll probably look for the next mission.
Pramod, in terms of, since you're the technical expert here, not Trimel or me, but in terms of, what we saw right towards the end, there were so many procedures that we saw right from the splashdown to the way that the capsule was lifted from the ocean and was then put into the nest of the vessel. Tell us, from a technical standpoint, for the technical geek that you are, what part of it did you enjoy the most and was perhaps something that you had your eye on?
Well, I would simply love to be called as a technical geek, because imagine, like, after a free fall, before free fall, it was in space. They had to, enter an orbit, and then you had it. These are the interesting facts here, because you are actually bringing down the speed, deorbiting, and then you need a burn for that, and then after that you enter the atmosphere, and in that atmosphere you have the re-entry, where the actual capsule will be like, it had to withstand a temperature that is up to 3,871 Celsius, or nearly 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and that was sustained by a simple plate of heat shield that was on the below the capsule, and then it sustained that, and then it made a free fall, and it was reduced by a set of parachutes, almost 350 miles per hour speed. That was reduced to 119 miles per hour by two sets of parachute, a drogue and the main set of parachutes, which brilliantly worked. And exactly by the moment of the touchdown, they actually got separated. So these are like step by step, and this is the reason they had to go through this medical process as well, because they have the extreme acceleration and then sudden deceleration that the body has felt as they enter the atmosphere and back to Earth on the sea. Then they were slowly pulled back into the rig, and there the entire capsule was washed to make sure that the crew that was inside that particular rig, they do not come in contact with any kind of hazardous chemical. And then they were, after everything was completely checked, they were pulled out. So these are actually step by step, very brilliantly done, and something that for anybody who's a science enthusiast, this is amazing. I'm telling you again, everything was documented, and the best part was that WB-57 aircraft actually collecting video evidence of exactly what happened during the re-entry, showing that entire capsule covered by flame and plasma as it re-entered the atmosphere. Harshit, it's nothing but just friction. Imagine from entering from absolutely zero kind of atmosphere and entering an atmosphere where you have pressure and air and everything. So that also, like, that extreme speed, that's what caused friction, and that was captured by a camera, probably an infrared camera, but still it was an amazing reading, and that is the one that actually completely mesmerized me.
Yes, that was just one of the many mesmerizing things, Pramod, that we witnessed today, and those are just some of the best visuals that we managed to cull out. That's the moment when Sunita Williams came out of the capsule, and she waved in the camera, had a big smile on her face, looked very radiant, looked very spirited, as well as she has been over the course of the last 9 months. Pramod, in terms of NASA being looked at as the best organization out there in terms of space exploration and science, is this again a reminder? Is this a strong message once again being sent out by the NASA in terms of its strengths, in terms of its technological advancement, that we're right up top, and yes, there is a gulf between NASA and probably the other organizations out there?
Harshit, one thing I would like to make it clear, that the path we've taken, Isaac Newton had a phrase saying that, like, I was able to see the world better because I was standing on the shoulder of giants. So imagine from the period then since we started actually, cataloging the planets, and then with a kind of telescope, Galileo and Copernicus looking into these, these planets and such, and then comes Yuri Gagarin and then Valentina Tereshkova, who enter the space, and then we had Neil Armstrong, who go to the moon, who steps on the moon, and now we are at a place where the space travel is being made much more feasible. The role played by ESA, NASA, the European Space Agency, Russian Space Agency, and ISRO, and the Chinese Space Agency, everything, the Japanese Space Agency, everything plays a very important role, because one way or the other, indirectly or directly, we are sharing information. The first and foremost thing we are doing is that we are showing to the future generation that yes, this is possible. We have done it. Space exploration is no longer a kind of a dream or something to worry about. And space exploration, as we step forward, is being made safe. And SpaceX is playing a very important role by making it also feasible in a way. They are using relaunchable, launch vehicles, reusable launch vehicles. Blue Origin has also entered this context. Boeing, even though Starliner had certain issues, Boeing Starliner had a different concept where they were also planning to make the a landing on the be it on Earth itself, except like not on the sea but on land. So they were going for that kind of test. So these batteries tests and everything.
Pramod, just hold on. V. Narayanan, the ISRO chief, is joining us live right now here on India Today. Sir, what we saw was absolutely stunning. Please tell us, as a scientist yourself, how do you look at the big occasion that we all witnessed at 3:28 Indian Standard Time?
First of all, I would like to say we are so excited. Me and my officer on special duty in Delhi, Mr. Rajiv, we both we are so excited mode. We are watching the entire progress without even sleeping 1 second. And that is the type of excitement what is there. And we have to understand, appreciate everything. And it is a phenomenal thing and outstanding thing what happened in the scientific community, scientific era, science and technology development area. I don't consider the X country, Y country, I don't consider, but then it's as far as the scientific community is concerned, what happened is a phenomenal thing. And yesterday also I told, I'm having 100% confidence. Madam will be safely brought and flashed down, because we are continuously keeping watch of the mission, how it got de-docked, how it is moving. Being a propulsion expert, I also can understand and appreciate how the propulsion system is working. And then we were so much excited to understand the way the mission happened. And then finally, I'm extremely happy to see all the 4 astronauts smiling. And in fact, we are also smiling, to be frank. We have a team working on in the similar game. I think you can understand and appreciate us. So really, it is a really good achievement for the scientific community. That much only I can tell.
So there's so much, that we saw happen in terms of technology, in terms of science. It was just so complex that so many things had to fall in place, and every process, every step that we saw unfold was so intricate in its own way. If you could tell us from the various sequence of events that we saw unfold, which was that one part or that one step that you were the most nervous about from a scientific standpoint, and were the most elated then that after it panned out the way that it had to?
I will explain you one simple example. Hello?
Please go on.
I will simply explain one example. ISRO, we had one mission called Space Recovery Experiment Mission. Hope you are aware.
Yes, sir.
The object was from the space, and it was brought, and gradually it came in autonomous mode. Finally, we landed in the right place. And I used to tell one example. Assume in Delhi, somebody dropped 2 kilometers away from his house, and the eyes are closed, and he's asked to go to his house. And how many of us will right direction, we will go, walk, and go to the house? I don't think 99% people cannot reach. I'm sure. And here, there is an object coming from space in an autonomous way. Everything is inbuilt through a set of hardware, software, and guidance, navigation. So many things have to work in a chronological way. And finally, it has to come and flash down. And in fact, I as a techno-managerial, I understand the complexity. Yes, we have accomplished a lot of missions like this. And similar thing only happened today also. Yesterday, 10:35, the system got dedocked. Then everything through a set of hardware, software, through a set of sensors. For making this, there is inertial system, there is a propulsion system, there are health monitoring systems, then a set of so many things. Of course, that are not health-related aspects. And everything has to work in a synchronized way, autonomous way. And gradually it has to come down, travel, and monitor, and anything is there immediately correct, and then bring it down. And then it is done. And for me, to be frank, I am so happy they are safely brought down. But otherwise, I understand the complexity involved in the technology. Because for a system to work in a chronological and synchronized way, the entire system has to work, which includes, for example, one system. When it comes down, there will be a lot of heat flux generation on the outer surface. If anything happens, you know it. And then that system has worked well. It has to work well. Then, of course, the entire system, like inertial system, it has to capture entire orientation where it is, what is happening in three-dimensional domain. It has to measure the entire thing. Then the autonomous system, it has to give command to the propulsion system to correct in the required thing. Like steering our car, when you have to go from Delhi to, for example, Agra, you have to steer accordingly depending upon this one. So same way, autonomously it has to steer and go. To be frank, work-wise, I understand end-to-end, I can understand the mission. But then, happy part of it, when it is done solely, we also do similar professional job. And because we have done a couple of experiments, Mars orbiter mission, when it has gone 68 crore kilometers, please understand, 68 crore kilometers we have taken Mars orbiter, and finally, by restarting a engine after 295 days, we have captured. It's not a small achievement. Probably today you are seeing, and a phenomenal achievement by Bharat education system, by our own people. And so I can understand the complexity involved, the technology involved. Here, same thing, similar thing has happened. That happened over a period of 295 days traveling there. And recently we accomplished Aditya alone, 15 lakh kilometers we have to go, and finally capture. So these are technology intensive. We used to say a simple term called rocket science. Rocket science, 100% is perfectly done. And here it is yet another example what has happened. So for me, I was quite, I think yesterday also, you remember I talked with you, I'm 100% confidence. That 100% confidence is not just like that by observing the performance of various systems.
Yeah.
And for me, the happy part of it is Sunita William madam is safe. I saw a smiling face. And when I saw a smiling face, I was also smiling, even though we didn't sleep even a single second.
Yeah.
And it was an exciting, happy moment.
Right. Very quickly, sir, before I let you go, a quick word on Sunita Williams, her resilience, and where does this take her legacy in your view?
As far as ISRO is concerned, today ISRO is under the leadership of our Prime Minister, most respected Prime Minister, who is leading us from the front. And he is giving outstanding guidelines and excellent direction. And under his guidance, the entire team is motivated and we are working in a fantastic way. And we take lessons from all and to accomplish our missions successfully. And lessons, whenever you do a test, whatever happens, we don't consider anything as a failure or setback. Everything is an opportunity to improve our knowledge. Is it clear? Whenever you do a test, whenever you have a small setback happens, we don't consider it as a failure. We consider it a great opportunity as a learning ground, and we learn things and put the house in order. And so that's what. So we will absorb everything in a very, because ISRO team is also a very smart and intelligent team. And a lot of things You have to understand from others, understand from us, and put the system in order so that our mission will be a perfect successful mission.
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time, in the wee hours and talking to us, sharing your perspective means a lot to us and our viewers. But just for the unversed, if you missed out on the action, if you were catching up on some night's sleep, let's play out that sequence for you right from the time that the deorbiting happened. Once that happened, it almost worked like an absolute charm, the way that capsule Freedom came down on the earth. That splashdown was something to witness. In case you missed out on that, take a look at everything that happened in the last few minutes of the splashdown happening and everything that happened after it happened as well.
This view coming from the WB-57 high altitude plane, and there you see it on your screen, drogue deployment.
Drogue descent rate nominal.
You can hear the crowd here.
Visual on 2 healthy drogues.
The crowd here very excited as Dragon Freedom continues to make its way back to planet Earth.
Next up, we'll stand by for the main deployment of the parachutes. The mains are quite a bit larger. You'll be able to notice the difference on your screen once they deploy, and they continue to ensure that the Dragon spacecraft slows down even further. As we mentioned, Freedom will be traveling 16 miles per hour when it splashes down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, here at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon. And there we go.
We have visual on 4 healthy mains.
That view was from inside.
Freedom copy.
That view was from inside one of the buckets where the parachutes are located. So we see a great view there of the reefing on those parachutes. And as those main parachutes begin to inflate fully, 4 beautiful, healthy mains. Now awaiting visuals of Splashdown.
Freedom, 1,000.
We'll start to hear Commander Nick Hague.
Copy, 1,000.
As we heard right there, Commander Nick Hague will be calling out the altitude of the Dragon capsule from here on out. Landing in water is simpler and provides more margin against unlikely parachute issues. You can see those parachutes continuing to slow the Dragon capsule down.
And if you're just joining us, you're looking at
800 meters.
A live view of Crew 9, just minutes away from splashing down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Splashdown 2 minutes from now at 2:57 p.m. Pacific. We do have 4 healthy mains really doing the job there. Just breathtaking views of a calm, glass-like ocean off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Crew 9 just minutes away from splashing down.
This is really such an incredible shot. That
Copy,
was
600.
That was a live view from our recovery vessel, Megan, which is stationed a couple miles away from the splashdown site. We can see the crew there using their restraints as resting places for their arms. They were just in space moments ago, so their arms were able to float freely.
400 meters.
This is a gorgeous bluebird day here that we have for the splashdown of Crew 9. It's incredible to think that the Dragon capsule just minutes ago was going over 17,000 miles per hour, and now gently coasting to a soft splashdown.
200.
Copy, 200 meters. Brace for splashdown.
As you can see there on your screen, continuing to monitor progress of the Dragon spacecraft. And we're going to stand by for splashdown, located in the Gulf of America, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
And Splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
And SpaceX Freedom, Splashdown. Good main release.
Copy Splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
It is an amazing, what a ride. I see a capsule full of grins ear to ear.
And as you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation of Splashdown. Dragon Freedom has returned home, and NASA astronauts.
System safety verifications are in progress. We'll report back when recovery personnel are en route.
Understand. And, we're in section 2, 4.800 landing response. And looking for your word on if it is necessary.
In the distance, we can see the recovery vessel making its way.
Copy, you're in section 2 for the environmental assessment in 4.800. That is not necessary today.
Understand. Raising 5.
So we will continue to have communications between the Corps and Nick Hague, the commander of Crew Dragon Freedom, which just splashed down 2 minutes ago off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Dragon Freedom has returned home with NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunoff. They're back on Earth after approximately 17 hours of a return journey from space.
The SpaceX recovery ship and team have been waiting for Dragon's splashdown, and they will now make their way to the splashdown location. The teams have been ready and waiting about 3 nautical miles away, so it's going to take them about 30 minutes or so to make their way
and
to
SpaceX Freedom. Pretty sure we're in stable 1.
Copy, stable 1. We see the same.
It's going to take about 30 minutes for the recovery team to make their way over to Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander, who are still seated and secured inside that Dragon spacecraft there on your screen. Incredible views there of that thermal protection system, or TPS. That Dragon capsule was pristine, white color before it departed the station, and we can see how the reentry phase, the thermal protection system did its job. Now, if you're wondering what that hole, that like bucket area is, that is underneath the side hatch. That is where the main parachutes were stored. So when we saw the Dragon capsule docked at station, it looked very different. The panel that protects and covers the main parachutes, that was still intact, as well as the panels that enclose where the drogue parachutes are located. We can see those fast
Freedom.
boats.
SpaceX is go for recovery personnel to approach. Expect personnel alongside in the next few minutes.
Freedom copies.
We can see those fast boats. We weren't kidding when we said they were fast. While it does take about 30 minutes for the main recovery vessel to make its way over to the capsule, these fast boats will be doing a couple of things simultaneously. A couple of them are going to be working to retrieve the parachutes that you see in the background there of this drone shot. Those parachutes will be retrieved from the ocean surface. We want to make sure we are able to pull those out. The recovery vessel there closest to the spacecraft is going to be performing some safety checks. We can see there they're using an instrument that is basically working to detect if there are any hypergolic vapors or fumes that are still residing in and or around the Draco thruster nozzles or outlets. The hypergolic fuel, which is necessary for on-orbit burns to maneuver the spacecraft. Unfortunately, those hypergolics are are unable to be breathed. They are toxic. And so this team here is doing those initial safety checks to make sure that it is safe for the rest of the recovery team to approach the spacecraft. They're also checking to make sure that any residuals from the pyros are safe and are not going to cause any issues. We can see the team working their way around the spacecraft to do these basically these sniff tests on all of those Draco thrusters.
And as we continue to await the recovery of our Dragon spacecraft with NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov inside, Dragon has autonomously completed several steps to safe itself following splashdown. We are continuing to see Dragon in what is known as stable 1 configuration. That's kind of the ideal configuration following splashdown. It's upright, and the Dragon capsule is in the right configuration for it to be hoisted into the recovery vessel Megan, which you do see a little ways off in your screen approaching. Dragon will continue to remain live on air with you through that recovery process, all the way through the point where the crew is extracted from the Dragon spacecraft. Now, if you are just joining us, the mission has gone smoothly so far. Dragon successfully splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida at 2:57 p.m. Pacific, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon.
Approximately 17 hours prior to splashdown, Dragon autonomously undocked from the International Space Station, completed a series of departure burns, jettisoned its trunk section, and performed its final burn, the Deorbit burn. This placed the Dragon spacecraft on a trajectory toward Tallahassee, Florida. Dragon successfully re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, followed by deployment of its parachutes to slow the spacecraft down to a gentle splashdown. We're now going to follow the
Freedom. Hypergol sweeps and unfired ordnance checks are nominal. Rigging is in progress. Approximately 25 minutes until capsule lift. Stand by for PMC with SpaceX flight surgeon.
And so what we did just hear there was communications that those hypergol checks were complete. They didn't find any of that upon those checks, so we'll continue to move through the timeline. Next up is a process called rigging, which you see happening right now on your screen. This is when a SpaceX recovery personnel actually works to climb aboard the capsule and work through procedures ahead of lifting onto the nest of the recovery vessel Megan. We heard it's going to be about 25 minutes or so until that lift actually takes place.
Okay, Freedom, the next call will be from the SpaceX flight surgeon on Dragon to Ground Private.
Understand. Thank you.
Callouts there indicating that the crew will have the opportunity to do a quick check-in with the SpaceX flight surgeon. This is standard procedure for every Dragon spacecraft when it returns to Earth. It's just an initial check-in, make sure everybody is doing okay. They will also have another check-in with the flight surgeon once they are on board that recovery vessel that you see there in the background. We can now see that SpaceX recovery team member there on top of the Dragon spacecraft. They are going to be working to install plugs in the Draco thrusters to ensure that none of those, and to ensure that no more hypergolic fumes or vapors come out from the spacecraft. They'll also place harnessing around the spacecraft that are required in order to lift it out of the water. Go ahead, Sandra.
Continuing to get some views of the recovery personnel, both the main recovery vessel Megan, as well as some of those fast boats that we've discussed previously. It looks like just a beautiful day there out off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Weather was pristine. We were able to get undocked from the International Space Station as expected at 10:05 p.m. Pacific time yesterday evening, and Crew Dragon has since completed steps ahead of its splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific, and we're now stepping through procedures to get Dragon hoisted up onto the Megan recovery vessel and get the crew extracted out of the spacecraft. And you did see some of the parachutes that were near the spacecraft. Upon detection of landing, Dragon automatically releases those main parachutes to prevent wind from pulling the spacecraft. Dragon then automatically safes any pyrotechnics that may still be present on the vehicle and may automatically perform additional minor system reconfigurations. The astronauts will remain seated and in their suits at this point, but the onboard air conditioning keeps things temperature controlled inside the spacecraft so the crew remains comfortable, and the communication systems...
Freedom, SpaceX, ComCheck.
SpaceX, this is Freedom. Yeah, loud and clear.
Copy that, Freedom. Have you loud and clear as well, and Dragon to ground is no longer private.
Understand, thank you.
As we saw there on the screen, we have a couple of fast boats in the recovery fleet that have quickly moved into the splashdown location. They are being followed by one of the main recovery vessels, which will move into position upwind of the spacecraft. The two fast boats have very specific roles. Excuse me. The first approach is focused on immediate safety inspection, as we saw. They do this for spacecraft integrity and checking for any presence of those hypergolic propellant vapors. And this ensures that it is safe for the recovery vessel to approach Dragon. Once Dragon is cleared for full approach, as we heard is the case today, the team begins rigging the spacecraft for water recovery by the recovery ship. The second fast boat is responsible for parachute recovery and also serves as a redundant boat to the first one that makes the initial approach to the Dragon spacecraft. As we saw a little bit earlier, we were also able to see one of the recovery team members get on a jet ski to help gather up the parachutes that were automatically detached from the Dragon spacecraft upon splashdown.
And it will take a little over 10 minutes for the recovery crew to complete their safety checks. Once they complete, the team will begin preparing Dragon to be lifted, and as you see, they are preparing for that to take place at this point. As part of the preparation for this lift, one member of the recovery team has climbed on top of the spacecraft already so they can attach Dragon's hoist rings and connect to the lifting lines. It will take us less than an hour to raise Dragon to the recovery boat and remove the crew from the spacecraft. After medical checkouts, the crew will return to land within 4 hours by helicopter. And if no additional medical assistance is needed, the crew will board a waiting NASA plane and depart for Houston. And as we continue to await Dragon to be hoisted up onto the ship, we have a very special treat. NASA Public Affairs Officer Jaden Jennings, who is actually on the recovery vessel and had a bird's eye view of the splashdown today. Jaden, how are you? How was the view from the recovery vessel?
Hi, Sandra. How do you hear me?
I've got you loud and clear, Jaden. It's so great to hear you.
Awesome. So Splashdown, Sandra, was nothing
Freedom,
short
be
of
advised.
spectacular.
We are transitioning the forward link. Comm will be unavailable for approximately 5 minutes.
Freedom comes.
Thanks so much, Jaden. We did just have some communications letting us know that we'll have about a 5-minute period where we won't be able to hear from the crew. So please go ahead, tell us, how was the view from the recovery vessel?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier, Splashdown was nothing short of spectacular. And we were stationed about 1.5 nautical miles away from the splashdown zone and had great visuals here on the recovery vessel Megan. We actually saw a little of the smoke trail as the spacecraft was coming in, and then moments later we spotted those drogue chutes, and this was quickly followed by 4 healthy white and orange main parachutes. We then tracked Dragon all the way down as it slowly propelled into the ocean. And I think I speak for all of us on the ship when I say a new core memory was made today, and we are looking forward to having Crew 9 on board with us a little later.
Jaden, that is amazing. Now, obviously, we are watching it here on camera, and the landing conditions look pretty good, but how was it from your perspective? What is the sea state out there?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we've had optimal conditions for splashdown, and today it is sunny and 63 degrees outside right now with clear skies, light winds, and calm seas. The sea looks absolutely beautiful right now, and light blue with the sun reflecting from it. And Kate, I think the crew's going to like what they feel weather-wise on this picture-perfect day for splashdown off the coast of Tallahassee.
Thanks so much, Jaden. It certainly looks like a beautiful day. Can you tell us a little bit about the journey of the recovery forces to get to this point?
Sure. So one unique aspect of this recovery was the onboard training on station conducted for Butch and Sunny to ensure they were ready to return on a Dragon spacecraft. That training covered all aspects of their return, including nominal and contingency departures, deorbit burns, splashdown, and post-landing ops, which is what this team is preparing for now. As for the recovery teams themselves, we started the day taking a series of helicopters out to the vessel. And as standard, the recovery director and crew support teams were on that first helicopter out and took the time to get everything prepared on the ship. About 2 hours before splashdown, they deployed those fast boats and jet skis into the water. I was actually on the second helicopter out, and we were on the vessel about an hour and a half before splashdown and landed on top of the helicopter pad on the Megan. And the teams have been working diligently across their respective disciplines this week, executing what can only be described, in my point of view, as a logistical masterpiece, just ensuring every detail has been in place for Crew 9's return.
That is such great news. I'm so glad that you're able there to experience it in person. Now, can you tell us a little bit about what's next to retrieve the crew for the recovery personnel on board?
Yeah, Kate. So coming up next, Dragon will be hoisted into the on-deck translation system, or the nest, at the aft end of the ship, and then will be translated pretty quickly towards that egress platform. We'll perform another series of safety checks as final precautionary measures just to make sure there are no hypergolic vapors present before opening that side hatch. And then once that side hatch of the spacecraft is open, the crew will be assisted out of the capsule one by one from NASA and SpaceX.
Freedom, SpaceX, comm check.
Freedom's got you loud and clear.
Thanks, Nick. I've got you loud and clear as well. We have completed our forward link transition.
Copy.
And Jaden, if you did just want to go ahead and let us know what is next to retrieve the crew, we are continuing to get some great views on our screen, but I know you have an even better view yourself.
Oh, yeah, Sandra, this view is absolutely unbeatable. So just to kind of finish off what I was saying is once that side hatch of the spacecraft is open, that crew will be assisted out of the capsule one by one from NASA and SpaceX medical personnel, where they will then head to the med bay. And after those medical checks, they will get on that first helicopter out and arrive at the airport, where they will then board a NASA plane and then head back to Houston, Texas at the Johnson Space Center to begin their post-flight period. And we're eager to see the Crew 9 astronauts back on Earth, and we'll keep you updated on every moment of this process. With that, I'll toss it back over to you guys in Hawthorne.
Thank you so much. That was Jaden Jennings, NASA Public Affairs Officer, who watched Freedom splash down firsthand from the recovery vessel Megan. Thanks so much, Jaden. So we are continuing to get these great views on our screen here of Freedom. As we mentioned, it's Splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. The recovery personnel are continuing to step through procedures to hoist Dragon onto the recovery vessel Megan there, which is now coming into view. You can see just how close Megan is at this point, and that's that helicopter pad that Jaden was just discussing, where the crew will fly off of onto the coast of Florida, and then eventually they'll fly back to Houston.
Just underneath that helicopter pad is that translation deck where we will see the nest once it is loaded up with the Dragon spacecraft on board. The nest will be translated to the forward end of the recovery vessel, and that is where our Crew 9 team members will egress from the Dragon spacecraft. Now, here on your screen, we can see dolphins, actually, who want to come and play with Dragon. Now, one of the fast boats there in place, working to assist the recovery team member. It's incredible. I just love these views. We really see them even better in daytime, but just seeing the recovery team work in tandem to step through each step, to step through each operation. Obviously they're getting quick assists from the honorary part of the recovery team, those dolphins in the water there. Now, the recovery team member that is crawling around the Dragon spacecraft. Earlier we saw a view where it was like a spider monkey pose. We can see that individual now standing in the bucket where the main parachutes were stored while Dragon was on orbit. Obviously, those main parachutes were utilized for Splashdown today. They were deployed and cut from the Dragon capsule, and one of the other fast boats of the recovery team working to pull those out of the water. Now, the recovery team member that is there working on top of the Dragon capsule. Earlier, we saw that person performing safety checks. Now we can see some harnessing being placed around the capsule. This harnessing is what will be used to lift the Dragon capsule out of the water and onto the recovery vessel. Wow, we got a cute little pod of dolphins. It wasn't just one or two.
I mean, that water just looks beautiful. We had ideal splashdown parameters today. Obviously, wave height, ne'er a concern. The weather is beautiful, as Jaden mentioned, in the 60s, sunny. Looking forward to seeing Crew 9 exit the capsule here shortly once they get hoisted onto the recovery vessel Megan.
We can see that recovery vessel slowly but surely closing the distance there between... Oh, dolphin cam back again. We can see that the Dragon capsule and the recovery vessel, that distance is closing. Again, this is just one more step as we continue to work recovery operations for Dragon Freedom. And we anticipate the lift of the Dragon capsule to occur here in just a few minutes. Now, once all of the rigging is on the capsule and it's hooked up to the recovery vessel, we will see the hydraulic arm, which is that kind of like bridge-like structure there at the aft end of the recovery vessel. We'll see that articulate backwards, and that's a good sign that we're getting even closer to pulling the capsule out of the water. It will then move forward, and the capsule will be placed inside of what you can see there is basically a basket. We call it the nest, Dragon nest, where that's where the capsule will be placed in order for it to be translated to the forward end of the vessel and for the astronauts to egress.
And before that does take place, we'll have potentially views of the rigger go ahead and jump off of the spacecraft there.
That typically occurs when the spacecraft is a little bit closer to the recovery vessel, and we usually get a really good view of that particular operation from one of the onboard cameras from the recovery vessel. That is an operation that I have a lot of respect and admiration for, that individual that does that.
So again, Dragon continuing to get closer and closer to the recovery vessel, Megan. You see some of those ropes now coming into view as well. If you are just joining us, Crew 9 Splashdown off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time with NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, Sunny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. They're now working through procedures to hoist this spacecraft up onto the recovery vessel Megan.
We just saw that hydraulic arm get lowered into the lifting position. That arm will be the mechanism that is utilized to lift Dragon up and out of the water and into the nest located there at the aft end of the recovery vessel.
And the recovery vessel being used today is, as we mentioned multiple times, is named Megan, but that's actually after NASA astronaut Megan McArthur, who flew on Crew 2 a couple of years ago. We're getting some views now from actually inside the boat.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This view is straight down the recovery vessel. That platform that was closest to the camera, that is the egress platform.
Freedom. Rigging is almost complete. Approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift.
Great news there from SpaceX Core. So about 5 minutes left until we see Dragon Freedom get lifted out of the water. That hydraulic arm, as I said before, is the mechanism that will lift it. It's quite swift, actually, the whole process of getting the spacecraft.
Brace for capsule lift.
Bracing.
There it goes, Dragon Freedom being lifted out of the water and onto our recovery vessel, Megan.
So once securely on...
Welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing final checks and stand by for translation to the egress platform.
Freedom copies.
Great news there, letting us know that Dragon Freedom has been successfully recovered from the water's surface. If you've just joined us, we had an on-time splashdown at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and we can now see that the water recovery operations are continuing to progress. The nest where the Dragon spacecraft is located is going to get moved forward. This will happen after one of the recovery crew members does some checks, and we'll also see some hosing. Obviously, the spacecraft splashed down in salt water. Salt water is corrosive, and we want to try and rinse out as much of the salt water as possible to reduce that corrosion on the metallic structures. So we can see some guidance there being provided, really steering the spacecraft properly into the Dragon's nest.
And it's been 30 minutes since Dragon splashed down, and as you can see there, the spacecraft is already on board the recovery vessel Megan. Things continuing to move very smoothly today throughout the entire operations from the deorbit burn up until this point as well.
And Freedom, it looks like the positioning wasn't quite right, so they are working on repositioning the capsule in the nest now.
Okay, copy that. Thanks.
And with that, the team is just going to adjust the Dragon spacecraft a bit so that it's in the right position ahead of translating up a little bit closer ahead of the side hatch. So the team is now going to step through the procedures to ensure that that takes place.
While Dragon does fly itself autonomously, it clearly is unable to park itself autonomously. We want to make sure that the Dragon capsule is properly seated there in that nest. Once Dragon is fully seated in the nest, we'll probably see a bunch of that salt water come out from the bucket there located underneath the side hatch. See some salt water splash out. As I mentioned before, one of the recovery team members will begin hosing down the exterior of the spacecraft.
So you are continuing to get some great live views on your screen of Crew 9, which includes NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, who splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon. Now working to get that spacecraft situated in the nest. Just making some final adjustments and tweaks to ensure that it's nice and secure.
Once the spacecraft is seated and secured and oriented correctly in the nest, Dragon will be moved into the hangar located underneath that helipad that we saw earlier from the aerial views during recovery.
All right, Freedom, looks like you are settled into the nest now. Team is working through hypergol sweeps.
Copy all.
Call out there telling us that the recovery team is doing the second round of those hypergolic sweeps. This helps ensure that everyone, all the recovery team members that are located basically right where this camera is located on, towards the forward end of the recovery vessel, that they will all be safe once the spacecraft is translated forward. So we're just doing some additional steps to make sure that the hypergolic propellant that is utilized for maneuvering the Dragon capsule while on orbit, making sure that none of those vapors are still present on the exterior of the capsule.
That's right. And there are a variety of individuals on board the boat that help with recovery operations. Not only do we have the recovery personnel that you see here, but we also have a doctor that will check out the crew members as standard procedure. As with any spacecraft that is returning from space, we always perform a medical check with the crew. So you will see the crew come out of the capsule and be placed on stretchers, just like with the Soyuz landing and with all of our Dragon splashdowns, that is the nominal procedure. We'll stand by to see Dragon Freedom translate or scooch up a little bit closer to the camera angle that we're seeing right here. And then teams will step through procedures to get that side hatch opened. You see it right in the dead center of your screen there. It's kind of that rectangular shape. It has not been opened since since Crew 9, which included Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, launched back in September from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So that will be the very first time that hatch is opened. Once docked to the International Space Station, crew enter through the top hatch, which was where the nose cone is now closed. That's the hatch that they actually utilize to go ahead and get inside the International Space Station. So as we get a little closer to that hatch opening procedure, you might start to see more individuals come into frame for some of that support. The ship has a maximum capacity of a little over 40 people on board, and it takes a variety of different roles, as we've discussed, to support. Also on board is the chief of the astronaut office for NASA, that's Joe Acaba.
Now, while we are standing by for translation of the Dragon spacecraft to the platform there, the recovery platform that we see in the foreground, it is important to note that Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander will be getting assistance from the recovery teams while exiting the spacecraft. This is the same process for any returning long-duration crew members. As you could imagine, returning to a gravity environment can wreak havoc on our vestibular system, which is responsible for maintaining balance and motion. Of course, safety is our number one priority with this operation, so we'll see the crew members helped out of the spacecraft one by one, and they will be assisted the few feet to the medical quarters aboard the boat.
And on board Dragon are three veterans space flyers. That includes Nick Hague, the commander, as well as Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. Alexander Gorbunov is completing his very first space flight on this mission, and he completed 171 days in space along with Nick Hague.
For those of you that have just recently joined us, well, I would encourage you to hit that rewind button and go back a few minutes. It was a beautiful splashdown of Dragon Freedom with the Crew 9 cohort on board. They had an on-time splashdown at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, 2:57 p.m. Pacific Time. We can see that the spacecraft...
Freedom translation is in progress.
Copy, and seal it.
We can see that spacecraft was successfully recovered from the ocean surface and is now being washed with fresh water, as obviously they splashed down in salt water. So we're trying to rinse off as much of that salt water as possible. And we can see the spacecraft continuing to move closer and closer to that recovery deck.
Freedom, the crew is working on side hatch opening now. Expect hatch open in about 2 minutes.
Okay, copy that. And Kira, just wanted to say that you guys, you and the team did an awesome job, both uphill and downhill. Just really impressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. It's been an honor.
This is a pretty exciting moment coming up. We are working to open the side hatch. One thing that may not be obvious from, just looking at the spacecraft here is that this side hatch that we're about to open, the last time it was open was when this spacecraft was at the launch pad. This side hatch is what is used for initial capsule ingress and final capsule egress, but all comings and goings from the spacecraft while it is on board the space station are from the forward hatch, which is located at the top of the spacecraft under that nose cone. So this is a pretty exciting moment because it will be the crew's first breath of fresh air since boarding their ships at the start of their journeys last year.
And the very first person that will have the opportunity to say hello to the crew once that hatch is open is a SpaceX medical recovery personnel representative. Then we'll see procedures take place to remove the footrests of Dragon. That will just help the recovery personnel get a little bit more room to access the crew and help get them out of the spacecraft.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Safety is, once again, top priority here, and removing those footrests from all 4 seats will be helpful as a SpaceX recovery team member will actually go into the capsule into Dragon Freedom to help the crew members unbuckle and stand up, and essentially we'll also see a fun little slide be put in place to help the crew members exit the spacecraft safely. So yeah, we're going to remove all 4 of those footrests to basically give a little bit more working room inside the spacecraft.
That's right. And we did hear the go for that hatch opening. So we're just a couple minutes away from being able to see that. And then we might be able to get the chance to see a couple of views inside of the Dragon and see the crew following their splashdown.
Now, opening that side hatch isn't quite like opening, the door to your car. We have to depress the seal around the side hatch, as well as, we'll now see them open that side hatch up.
And there you have it. The side hatch is open for the first time since September.
Oh, it looks like we're getting our next crew member here. That is none other than Sunny Williams. Big smile, big waves. She, like her other crew members.
There we have it. Some waves, some thumbs up, and some smiles.
While covering news, there is no room for fluff. No distractions. No dodging the truth. No blanks, no misfires. Just sharp, fearless journalism. Every story, every debate, every question. Straight to the point.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
spectacular touchdown. Space to Earth in just 17 hours. Our space girl is finally home. Sunita smiles, waves at camera. Sunita's big space milestone. Welcome home, Sunny. Top focus on India Today.
And they are back to Earth. Good morning and welcome in this special telecast that we are beginning with 6 a.m. I'm Pooja Shali. We've been live through the night because we also wanted to experience as much that 3:28 a.m. splashdown in Florida at the Florida coast as Sunita Williams with her crew returned to Earth. It was just about NASA. This was the world watching of how rescue efforts for astronauts and for their efforts as well. Let's begin then, first with the headlines coming. Sunita Williams is back home. NASA's SpaceX rescue mission has turned out successful. Look at that smile. The smile, the wave of returning to Earth finally. And, of course, being lifted off by the colleagues. White House hails Crew 9 return, asserting promise was made, promise was kept. White House thanks Elon Musk, who helped with the spacecraft and the mission. SpaceX and NASA also get appreciation. Let's take a look at domestic news. Uneasy calm prevailing in Nagpur. 50 rioters allegedly arrested by Nagpur cops. Cops are probing conspiracy angle as well. Opposition training guns at Fadnavis Sarkar. More twists in the gold smuggling scandal in Karnataka. Dubai trips reveal the modus operandi, how a nexus was run. Rana Rao's aide, Tarun Raju, tried to flee India, was nabbed in time. The White House's first statement has come. This is important, remember, because this is also credit to Donald Trump in many ways. White House hailing Crew 9 return, saying promise was made, promise was kept. White House also thanking Elon Musk, SpaceX and NASA. White House and statement that has come in, I quote quickly. President Trump promised to rescue astronauts. Remember when, even before Donald Trump was going to take oath, he had made it clear that he's going to ensure that that the crew that has been stranded in space for approximately 9 months are set to return, and they will ensure that they will not be stranded anymore. Mission was launched within 2 months. The crew is back. You're looking at the visuals of, remember, this crew, 59-year-old Sunita Williams, 62-year-old Butch Wilmore. Just look at these faces. These are faces of resilience as well, in uncertainty, in space, waiting to be brought back to Earth, and that's happened. All right, we have special guests early this morning, Indian Standard Time. I want to go across to Trimel Gomes, joining me live from Florida. Sibu Kumar Tripathi, our Senior Assistant Editor, Science, who's been tracking since the day the mission was launched, was for 8 days, went for over 8 months. Trimel, I first come to you. What's the evening for you in many ways looking like there in Florida? I'm sure right now the world is glued to the Florida coast. Tell us more about how the final splashdown was really about.
All right. The audio cut out for a little bit there, but the reaction to President Trump, no surprise that he is taking credit for things that even if the U.S. played a small part, he'll take the whole part. And there has been some tension in politics I spoke about earlier, where the president has invoked as if the former administration, the Biden administration, has left these astronauts stranded, and that was not the case. They could have always, and they had the ability to come back, but it wasn't strategic, logistically, it didn't make sense to do so. So the president here is just using a political opportunity to take the credit where he can, as if he has done something to make this happen. But this was always in the plan for those astronauts to be back, and they were not left out there stranded on purpose or anything like that. And it wasn't the fault of a previous administration to take the full credit as if he's done something that the other administration has not done. So a lot of politics at play, and that's basically it's true to form with the current administration.
Trimal, but don't you think that White House in some way, I would believe, deserves that credit as well, because there was this whole charge if the astronauts have been stranded, what is being done. Donald Trump brings Elon Musk on the page and ensures he gets in and rescues them. In 2 months, they are back. What does this mission mean, do you think, to NASA, to the USA, to the mankind in itself, the fact that the astronauts have been brought back? What is your assessment of that?
Was that directed at me? The audio dropped
Yes,
out.
Trimal, please go ahead. Yes, that's right.
What was the question again? Sorry.
So I was wondering if why would you think that it's more of a politics? Because don't you think this is actually about Donald Trump coming in, bringing in Elon Musk on the page and saying, let's get together, let's get them back in 2 months. So he's also in some way right, isn't it, taking all that credit? What do you think that for America, for mankind, this mission of rescue efforts really mean, the fact that 2 astronauts have been safely brought back?
Oh, okay. And I'm so sorry. It's such an important question you're asking, and the audio, for some reason,
That's all right. That's all right. Go ahead.
keeps dipping out. But I believe in, I think the question was like, why isn't it an opportunity for the president to claim victory? Oh, I'm hearing something else. But in how it plays out here in the U.S., other senators are also retweeting and making the claim even stronger than the president that it was somehow the fault of the last administration that these astronauts were stuck out there. So there's a lot of narrative and things at play that takes away actually from the remarkable aspect of this, just looking at the science, taking the politics out of it, where we would all like to be, which is just to celebrate this momentous occasion, this historical victory. But that would be in a fantasy world, but politics always get injected in some way, regardless.
That's true. I think you made a good point that possibly it should be more about the celebration, which of course it really is. Artimal, I request you to please stay on if convenient for you, because the fact is Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore weren't just about astronauts of NASA. In many ways, they became the world's astronauts. Everyone was waiting for their return, but especially for India. Sunita Williams has Indian origins, and we're also calling her our space girl, and that she's finally back on Earth. Remember this, you go on a mission into space for 8 to 9 days. And then you're stranded for 9 months at least, not knowing when to return. And then efforts are put in by combined agencies, groups, political will to ensure that you're brought back and you touch down on Earth. Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore have returned safely. 59-year-old Sunita Williams, 62-year-old Wilmore. The SpaceX Dragon capsule made a spectacular splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Tallahassee. We are told this was at the Florida coast. A 17-hour descent in total was the journey. Sunita Williams spotted smiling. She immediately came out, gave a thumbs up, as she was literally had to be extracted out of the capsule, and that has been named Freedom. She waved at the cameras because it marks the conclusion of a groundbreaking mission as well. Let's not forget what they managed to achieve via for space exploration, scientific discovery, even in the past few months, apart from the 8-day mission.
As you can see there on your screen, continuing to monitor progress of the Dragon spacecraft. and we're going to stand by for Splashdown, located in the Gulf of America, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
And Splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
And SpaceX Freedom, Splashdown. Good main release.
Copy, Splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
It is an amazing, what a ride. I see a capsule full of grins ear to ear.
System safety verifications are in progress. We'll report back when recovery personnel are en route.
Understand. And, we're in section 2, 4.800 landing response. And looking for your word on if it is necessary.
Copy, you're in section 2 for the environmental assessment in 4.800. That is not necessary today.
Understand. Raising 5. SpaceX Freedom. Pretty sure we're in stable 1.
Copy, stable 1. We see the same. SpaceX is go for recovery personnel to approach. Expect personnel alongside in the next few minutes.
Freedom copies.
We can see dolphins, actually, who want to come and play with Dragon.
Be assisted out of the capsule one by one from NASA and SpaceX.
Freedom, SpaceX, ComCheck.
Freedom's got you loud and clear.
Thanks, Nick. I've got you loud and clear as well. We have completed our forward link transition.
And there you have it. The side hatch is open for the first time since September.
And Splashdown. Oh, it looks like we're getting our next crew member here. That is none other than Sunny Williams. Big smile, big waves. She, like her other crew member.
And there we have
Splashdown. Oh, it looks like we're getting.
I think that wave and that smile as she's extracted by her colleagues in gravity this time, remember, not flying in microgravity, speaks a lot, as much about her resilience, her spirit amid uncertainty, but also as much about the rescue efforts that were put in to ensure that the astronauts do not remain stranded. Let's listen in now to the first response coming in from NASA after this successful splashdown.
Greatly appreciate your interest in the Commercial Crew Program and also human spaceflight. Of course, as you know, it's been just a huge week for Commercial Crew. You know, the missions, I think, sometimes seem easier than they are. If I just step back and think about all the challenges we had to launch Crew 9, moving to a different launch pad, adjusting the seats and the crew training, and then, you know, over the weekend, once we docked Crew 10 safely, looking at the weather patterns, finding this great opportunity that we landed at today, adjusting the timeline. You know, it's never easy. Spaceflight's always dynamic. Sometimes it seems like things move from step to step to step, but there's usually different paths along the way.
I want to tell you, I want to thank the Crew 9 team and the ground teams for their dedication to excellence, their resilience, their flexibility during this expedition, everything they did to have a successful expedition, as you have all witnessed. SpaceX has been an incredible partner for us, and it shows the benefits of the commercial-public-private partnership that we have. So they've just been a huge, great partner throughout all this. Crew 9, in addition to the spacewalks that many of you witnessed, they performed just about 150 experiments on board the International Space Station with over 900 hours of research. And the work we do on the International Space Station benefits the nation, benefits people on Earth, and are the building blocks for going back to the moon and to Mars.
Nick and Alexander both spent 171 days in space on this trip, seeing the arrival and departure of 4 different visiting vehicles to the ISS,
Butch and Sunny spent 286 days in space, and they got to see 8 different visiting vehicles coming and going from the ISS. We stay really busy as we talk about all these vehicles coming and going from the station. Nick and Butch each conducted 1 spacewalk, and Sunny conducted 2. That actually gave Sunny the record for most time on spacewalks by a woman, and puts her 4th overall in terms of time outside doing spacewalks.
So as Timil and Sibu continue to be with us, also joining us, Pranav Sharma, he's a science historian. Sibu Tripathi, I also come to you. Gentlemen, please stay on with me. Sibu, finally, we've been having conversations endlessly, I remember, since the past 9 months about the mission. When are they going to return? Will they be able to return? It's finally happening. For someone who covered this subject so closely, tell us about what this moment means for science, and importantly, you think the journey of return, because I understand there were a lot of challenges from no gravity into gravity as well when the spacecraft was coming in, 17 hours.
Definitely, this entire mission was full of ups and downs ever since they launched in June 2024. They have been in space for about 286 days. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore in totality have completed about 4,700 orbits around the planet, which is close to about 121 million kilometers when you put that on road. So in itself, it's an incredible journey that they have gone through in the last 9 months. What started as a 9-day mission extended up to 9 months because several technical failures with the Starliner spacecraft. This entire mission then shows that how coordination is important in space travel. You cannot function in isolation in space. Space punishes you if you don't function, if there is no coordination, if you don't work together. We saw that the 2 astronauts who eventually went on a Starliner Boeing spacecraft finally returned on a Dragon spacecraft. I think this is the first time in the history of space travel that an astronaut went in one spacecraft and returned in another spacecraft, and they returned flawlessly. I mean, the splashdown that we saw today was picture perfect in every way, from the undocking that happened about 17 hours ago to the descent burn that was conducted, to the jettisoning of the trunk, and then the fiery re-entry that the Dragon spacecraft went through, in which we saw the communications blackout. Once they came back from communications blackout, we saw the drogue chutes just going off on cue, then the bigger drogue chutes coming out, and then the final splashdown. Interestingly, we also saw dolphins basically greeting the newly arrival astronauts. What lies ahead is now the rehabilitation and the recovery of the 4 astronauts, especially the 2, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, since they have spent comparatively more time in space compared to the other 2. We saw that they were taken out on stretchers. They have gone in for initial health assessment. They'll be in a short quarantine period during which they'll be debriefed. They'll go through initial checkups as to how they are, how the body is functioning, how they're adapting to the gravity, and then they'll move on with life. As far as we know, there are 2 big health checkups that happen. So there are short-term effects of long duration space travel, and there are long-term effects of long duration space travel. In short-term effects, we basically see that the blood basically, when you are in space for a longer period of time, the blood basically moves to your head. You feel very puffy. Once you hit gravity, the blood starts distributing, and the movement is affected. So that settles over a very short period of time. Apart from that, your circadian cycles, basically your sleep patterns, they go for a toss when you are in space. Interestingly, Sunita Williams also tested a technology that would basically benefit the future astronauts who will arrive at the space station. These are special lighting
I want to
techniques.
talk about this, Sibu, in detail as well. Stay on with me because Pranav Sharma is also joining us. Pranav, one question for you, because as a science historian, what do you think this really means for the whole science, space exploration? But I can't help bring in here the Indian connect, the fact that there is someone with an ancestral village to Mehsana. Even India feels a connect somehow. So there's a lot happening. It's like a world mission.
Well, it is true, and that has been the case for a very long time for astronauts. They become world citizens, and that is why it makes the entire world go completely bonkers about what all the things that are happening in the International Space Station. Having said that, in the historical context, in history, in making context, I think this is a landmark achievement after Apollo 13 rescue. There was one more Mir space station emergencies that had happened, but this is unprecedented that somebody went there and then something happened. It was not planned. It tells us about it tells a lot about human civilization and its endurance. The other scientific landmark things that would be studied is the effect of radiation on their DNA structures. The kind of work that they were able to do on stem cells in the International Space Station. Because we've been wanting to understand how biological systems behave in microgravities. But on the top of it, I think it'll help us improve safety protocols. It will help us enhance international cooperation, especially in space missions.
That's well said, and I think it will also be, in the days to come, we'll know more about what was achieved through this mission. How can it add to space exploration? Gentlemen, please stay on with me, because on a side note, if you look closely on your screens, it wasn't just a splashdown. Many say it was the dolphin fun welcome to the Earth. Literally, a welcome not just by human beings, but our special dolphins too. So let's take a look at what happened.
Want to come and play with here on your screen. We can see dolphins actually who want to come and play with Dragon. Now, one of the fast boats there in place, working to assist the recovery team member. It's incredible. I just love these views. We really see them even better in daytime, but just seeing the recovery team work in tandem to step through each step, to step through each operation. Obviously they're getting quick assists from the honorary part of the recovery team, those dolphins in the water there. Now, the recovery team member that is crawling around the Dragon spacecraft. Earlier, we saw a view where it was like a spider monkey pose. We can see that individual now standing in the bucket where the main parachutes were stored while Dragon was on orbit. Obviously, those main parachutes were utilized for Splashdown today. They were deployed and cut from the Dragon capsule, and one of the fast boats one of the other fast boats of the recovery team working to pull those out of the water. Now, the recovery team member that is there working on top of the Dragon capsule. Earlier, we saw that person performing safety checks. Now we can see some harnessing being placed around the capsule. This harnessing is what will be used to lift the Dragon capsule out of the water and onto the recovery vessel. Wow, we got a cute little pod of dolphins. It wasn't just one or two.
I mean, that water just looks beautiful. We had ideal splashdown parameters today. Obviously, wave height, ne'er a concern. The weather is beautiful, as Jaden mentioned, in the 60s, sunny. Looking forward to seeing Crew 9 exit the capsule here shortly once they get hoisted onto the recovery vessel Megan.
We can see some harnessing being placed.
All right, so the curious, happy dolphins also. What a surprise welcome there for the crew. Now, remember that it's not, of course, just Sunita Williams. Apart from her, Butch Wilmore, astronaut Nick Hague, who was the commander of this return mission, and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov are the 4 individuals who have returned to Earth and soon will be reuniting with their family members. But remember, this was not just about the United States of America. Of course, it's a mission they have achieved, accomplished, but the world's space organizations were watching this unfold in real time, including the Indian Space Research Organization and ISRO. Remember, in the past few years, not only have collaborated a lot with the USA, but has a lot of achievements of its own to boast, especially with the Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan missions. Here's ISRO Chief Dr. V. Narayanan speaking right now.
Sir, what we saw was absolutely stunning. Please tell us, as a scientist yourself, how do you look at the big occasion that we all witnessed at 3:28 Indian Standard Time?
First of all, I would like to say we are so excited me and my officer on special duty in Delhi, Mr. Rajiv, we both we are so excited mode. We are watching the entire progress without even sleeping 1 second. And that is the type of excitement what is there. And we have to understand, appreciate everything. And it is a phenomenal thing and outstanding thing what happened in the scientific community, scientific era, science and technology development area. I don't consider the X country, Y country, I don't consider, but then it's as far as the scientific community is concerned, what happened is a phenomenal thing. And yesterday also I told, I'm having 100% confidence. Madam will be safely brought and flashed down. Because we are continuously keeping watch of the mission, how it got de-docked, how it is moving. Being a propulsion expert, I also can understand and appreciate how the propulsion system is working. And then we were so much excited to understand the way the mission happened. And then finally, I'm extremely happy to see all the 4 astronauts smiling. And in fact, we are also smiling, to be frank. Because a team working on in the similar game, I think you can understand and appreciate us. So really it is a really good achievement for the scientific community. That much only I can tell.
So I return to our special guests this morning in the special telecast. Trimal Gomes, I come to here. What do you think is the next step here in the return mission that has been accomplished? What is your understanding would be next unfolding in Florida? I don't think they would be immediately making any statement to the media because there will be a lot of other protocols and procedures that would happen.
Yes, sorry, there was some crosstalk there. As far as the next step, lots of rest, at least for the astronauts. Politically, we're seeing that play out on social media right now, as we talked about earlier. And to our last conversation, the president likes to take credit for things even that he doesn't have really much sway in, but it's always important to fact check and let it known that the plan was always there to bring these astronauts home. From the media briefing that occurred from NASA, we saw that those experts they talked about, they adjusted the timeline. Things were already in motion all along, so it wasn't this radical rescue mission that is being portrayed by the president. And I'm not trying to defend, but it's always important, especially when science is involved, the facts speak for themselves. These are scientists, these are astronauts, they know what they were doing. There's a crew of educated people in that room working to bring them back, and they were not left up there to fend for themselves. But it was just so fascinating to hear that they conducted 150 experiments while they were up there, benefiting all the people here on Earth. And then and then Sunny herself conducted 2 spacewalks, record-breaking. So we will be talking about the historical significance of Sunny Williams for a long time, and it's remarkable. And that's where the focus needs to be, and we should try and keep it that way.
No, I totally appreciate your perspective here, Timal. It's important to understand, and you are there correct as well, because there were already consistently updates coming in on this mission of what's happening, what's expected. Sibu, I'll bring you in here. So now let's talk about the challenges, because a lot of viewers have asked me, my family members have asked me, what are the challenges that their bodies will face when you enter from no gravity of space into gravity of Earth? What does that mean to someone watching right now who may not understand the repercussions that happen in the change of this gravity?
Definitely, they have been in space for about 9 months where there is actually no gravity. That's why it's called zero gravity or weightlessness. Once they have landed on the surface of the planet, gravity will instantly hit them. The first thing will be the blood and all the fluids flowing downwards towards their body and redirecting across the body. So that will have its own effect. In space, we know that the blood basically moves upwards and the face starts to feel puffy. Your skin becomes, you get baby skin and other such issues like that. Apart from that, your circadian cycles, for instance, your sleep patterns is affected. How do you perceive the eyesight is affected in much higher ways compared to when you are living on Earth, because you are consistently exposed to cosmic rays, radiations. Apart from that, radiation is one of the biggest threat in space, and especially on space station, because there is no protection. Radiation, this leads to cancer and other effects. However, the astronauts are highly protected, they're highly trained, and once they have now landed, they'll go through a process of slow recovery and rehabilitation. NASA has a special dietary plans, special equipments, special regimen for these astronauts to basically get them in shape and get them on their feet sooner than possible. And compared to an average human being, these astronauts are trained professionals. They have been veteran pilots. They have been veteran astronauts of multiple space flights. So they know the rigors of recovery and rehabilitation, and they prepare accordingly. Apart from that, what we'll see is in the next 12 to 24 hours, they'll be in quarantine. They'll go through multiple health checkups. Special health checkups will be conducted not just by SpaceX doctors, but also by NASA, the pool of doctors. After that, they'll be allowed to meet with their families, and then the normal course of life will take over, and things will start to recover quicker and quicker for all the astronauts.
All right, so there will be some challenges, but remember that even though she's 59 years old, Wilmore is 62 years old, but they're experienced astronauts and their fitness regimen is at par. It's different from, of course, how the usual fitness enthusiasts would be preparing themselves. Pranav Sharma, I bring you in here. What are the lessons do you think the Indian Space Research Organization can pick from here? We have been collaborating. We have had our achievements of our own to boast in the past few years. But when you look at a mission like this, how do you think ISRO can also take it ahead and to ensure that it pushes ahead, it also gets involved in similar missions?
Yeah. I think a couple of interesting things that ISRO and other aspiring space programs can actually learn is the importance of backup systems. In space programs, generally the backup systems are there, but then the robustness was brought into question the moment coolant leak happened, and then everything went haywire in this current mission. So I think the importance of backup systems is something that the space organization can certainly put a hard and long thought about, and also helping strengthen the commercial spaceflight program. It is important to note that NASA, in collaboration with SpaceX, has done this. It was not done alone by the National Space Agency. So you need private partners who will be able to do it in much less constrained and in much less bureaucratized fashions than the states sponsored organizations. And I think it has also pushed the boundaries, since it has also pushed the boundaries of human endurance in space. I think the new training modules would also include the ideas that what happens, something like this occurs again. I think those are the questions that I think the space organization must.
These are, I think, some good points, because eventually it will be about not just appreciating, acknowledging, but also learning and how ISRO can also push ahead. So this, remember, is currently where what we are looking at are details that are coming in about this mission. I'm in fact joined by another guest here. I request our panelists to please stay on with me. Dr. Amitabh Ghosh joins me. He's been associated with the NASA. He's been a scientist. Dr. Amitabh Ghosh, what was your first thought when you saw the splashdown of the Florida coast, the rescue mission happening, the mission that started from June 2024, concluding now in March 2025, all that it has achieved, and what does it say about NASA and the USA?
Right. So there are two levels. One is the personal level, and from the perspective of Sunita Williams, and from the perspective of the spaceflight program of the US. So the first part is, of course, it's been a grand journey for her. I think, I was a space scientist the other side, and she's an astronaut, and we kind of, I think, she started her career in '98. I started around 1996, 97. So 3 missions, a lot spacewalks, experiments, a huge journey for her, and it's so satisfying to see that this mission was completely flawless. About the human spaceflight program, just about the time Sunita Williams was starting and I was starting in the field, if you remember in '97, Kalpana Chawla passed away. And there was a tremendous accident. And then that caused NASA to shut down the shuttle program. And in 2010, I think around, the shuttle program was shut down and the US had no way to go to space. So they were completely dependent on the Russians. And, it was the talk of, it's really a bad decision. And what NASA did is try to do a very innovative model to develop. Instead of developing it in-house, they partnered with 2 companies, SpaceX and Boeing, and I think paid them $2.5 billion and $4 billion. And the condition was they have to pitch in half the development cost. NASA would pitch in half the development cost. And then after they're able to develop, and if they're able to develop such a vehicle, NASA would buy services from them. So now, about 7-8 years, US had no way to access space. And now look, the Crew Dragon is a reliable way for NASA to send astronauts to the space station and back. And Boeing, it has some heartache, but it will come through, I think, 1 or 2. The next bigger picture is the space station is not, this is where Sunita Williams spent her time. This is also going to be retired in 5 years. The contract to, take the space station apart and deorbit it is already out. So, and SpaceX it's almost $1 billion. SpaceX is going to do that. And then NASA would hopefully think of the next frontier where they want to. So the space station is 250 miles away from Earth.
Okay.
Very close. So the next probably destination might be the moon, right? That's where you have your space station. That's send the astronauts. And the second thing, if you heard President Trump's speech, right? Sending humans to Mars. Well, it will take 1.5 years for astronauts minimum, right? So this whatever Sunita Williams stayed is going to be 1/3. It has to be 3 times longer. And so we have to think of new strategies.
And I want to inform the viewer that Dr. Amitabh Ghosh has been associated with the NASA Mars mission for years now. So he understands the workings inside. I do have a quick question. You got me curious, Dr. Ghosh, because you've known Sunita Williams, I believe, personally as well or within NASA. Now, my added question here is tell us a bit more about Sunita Williams, who the world is talking about right now, specifically in a lot of ways, especially for India, because there's been an Indian origin connect. And also, how is the mood inside NASA at a point like this, when you bring back astronauts and amid the kind of uncertainty that we saw? What is the mood inside for the scientists sitting there who are tracking every movement? And also tell us about Sunita Williams as you have known her.
See, I have not known her. So the connect was, scientists and astronauts, including Kalpana Chawla, so they train in Houston. And we visit Houston and we used to visit their gym. And, so we would run into astronauts there. I have a lot of friends who became astronauts. And so through that, I know. And then, we would run into them in probably places to eat in Houston. Like there's an astronaut's bar that we go to, and then there's an Indian restaurant called Mughal. So you have to understand the backdrop. They have their houses in suburbia, and they have their lives. And but one very critical difference between a NASA scientist and the NASA astronaut is, this adventure, which also comes with risk. So every time your family knows that you have gone for a mission, there is this thing. It's not a regular airplane ride. There is some degree of, thought that, something not so good might happen. And this we saw firsthand during the Kalpana Chawla days, it's absolutely heartbreaking. So there is a very big component there. And this is where I think if you went to the Himalayan Mountaineering Institute in Darjeeling, there is a thing that why do mountaineers climb the Everest? Right, and it's kind of madness, to think of the risk, but people, and that is where the astronauts become so much heroes. They stretch the envelope of what humans can do.
What do you think was happening in NASA at that moment when the splashdown was happening?
So I think NASA is dissociated, but I think everybody on the NASA TV. So I don't know, some of this footage that you're showing comes from NASA TV. So we have our in-house TV.
Okay.
And then there was, this thing was moved forward a day. It was supposed to be tomorrow. And I think that was because of weather concerns in the Florida coast. The weather is notably not predictable. So I think there was a huge, sense of relief that it happened and able to come home. And it's kind of a little bit of being in limbo, which was the amount of time that she and Butch spent is not within the top 5 of what astronauts have spent in space. But the feeling that this is, I don't know when I'm going to come back, that's not a good feeling,
But yes.
Right. So I think everybody's happy for her and happy for...
And you're right, even those who may not know her, people in India surely do not, but it's become like a world astronaut group that the world was tracking. Other space organizations were tracking about how this mission was being accomplished. I request our panelists to please stay on because remember, the return has happened. We saw a Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore and the other 2 astronauts waving and smiling as they were extracted out from the capsule in gravity this time, unlike the visuals we have seen of them literally flying in many ways in space, inside the spacecraft in the 9 months. But what happens now? There will be a primary medical check to assess her condition. She will then be flown to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, where they will have to undergo comprehensive health assessment and monitoring. When you're in microgravity, no gravity in space for 9 months, a lot of toll that the body, blood circulation, bones go through, and therefore there will be an over 45-day rehab program to help them readjust into gravity of the Earth. They'll then possibly engage in debriefing sessions to discuss experience, challenges, and precisely how this journey into space and back really works. So this, remember, for NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore, I must also add astronaut Nick Hague and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. But for these 2, for 9 months, there was a lot of work that had to be done. They've returned safely to Earth finally. 3:28 a.m. touchdown that happened. This was the image as the spacecraft did that splashdown of the Florida coast. We are told that SpaceX has confirmed, saying, and I quote it here, Splashdown of the Dragon confirmed, welcome back to Earth, Nick, Suni, Butch and Alex. The astronaut duo who the world was praying for have returned home. Williams was seen waving, flashing a thumbs up sign, smiling clearly while they were extracted out of the capsule. Butch Wilmore also waved as they both made their way out. After Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore made his exit here as the last of the Crew 9 astronauts to leave the spacecraft. As they emerged, both astronauts smiling, waving repeatedly at the camera, their happiness clearly visible, celebrating their long-awaited return. Remember, the space capsule deployed its parachutes before splashing in the ocean, and during the recovery, a surprise welcome by the few curious happy dolphins spotted near the Dragon capsule. NASA, of course, celebrating the astronauts' homecoming. They've put out a statement stating that the crew was trained for every challenge before the mission began, whether it was a potential mishap or spacewalks. So remember, for us, for space organizations or enthusiasts, this was about a space mission and these astronauts. But for someone, it was way too close, closer home, and that was the family. Sunita Williams' mother, Ursuline Bonney, and sister-in-law, Falguni Pandya, who spoke to India Today. Let's listen into this exclusive conversation.
Are you nervous, really? You know, it's taken too long. There's been a failed attempt in the past as well.
I'm not nervous at all. This is what she does. This is her career. I support her in everything that she's done so far, and I'm just proud of her. She was all anxious about coming back down. She was a little, she loved it up there. She was happy to see all her new friends that came up. There are three women from the Air Force Academy, the Naval Academy, and West Point. And it was great to see three women from three military academies all together on the space station who are astronauts. So she was all happy about that. They took a picture with the three of them. But she's going to miss her friends that are up there. And, you know, eventually they'll all be together again on the ground sometime. So, you know, they have a very close relationship.
Right. If you could also, tell us about what's really kept her spirits up this whole while. Was there a conversation that you had on those lines? Because, when she took off from the Earth, it was supposed to be an 8-day, 9-day mission, ended up being a 9-month-long mission for her. So what's really kept her spirit up in all of this?
Yes.
Well, I think truly she wanted to do a long duration, and she happened to get the first pilot, or, the first time on the Starliner in a short duration, which turned into a long duration. And I think she embraced it, and she really enjoyed being up there after, the decision was made for her to be there. And she just did a great job sharing what she did with many people all over the world. Or what she's, what she sees, everything going on.
Right. Just want to tell you that Prime Minister Modi has written a letter, in fact, to her, wishing her all the very best, and hopes that, at some point India is given the opportunity to host Sunita Williams. How does that make you feel, firstly? And is there a point at which you're planning that trip to India sometime later this year, maybe?
What he said about the letter. Yeah, we were very happy that she got a letter from Prime Minister Modi. It was so nice of him to send her a letter. So we were happy, and hopefully we'll all go to India.
The other thing, people in India look at Sunita as a source of immense inspiration, for the kind of journey, for the roots that she has here in India. She becomes a real benchmark of excellence, especially when it comes to space. Does that make you a proud mother? And what sort of message would you then go to people who aspire to be more like Sunita?
You mean the children?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, she has a great following with all the kids. They all love her. They all want her to come into their school, talk to them. And in fact, she went to one school. She had a ham radio talk with one school in Sarasota, where I live, and the student who was a 6th grader, she told her teacher, she said, I know her grandmother. She lives right near my grandmother. So they happened to call me and ask me if I'd like to come. And I said, sure, I'd love to come. And the kids were wonderful. Kids are so cute. I just love them.
All right, joining me now live from New Jersey is Falguni Pandya. She's Sunita Williams' sister-in-law. Falguni, thank you for coming in. All right, all dressed up in Indian wear. I believe you're at a temple, and I must tell you and the family that she may be family to you, but here in India, everyone has felt and believed that she's as much an Indian girl and an Indian family and an Indian space girl returning to Earth. How's the mood for the family there in New Jersey for you?
So we are in New Jersey. She has family spread out throughout the United States. We all are very connected on message groups, WhatsApp groups. Everyone is very excited. For my family, we decided to come to the temple as we had planned on doing that after she lands. We were going to come here, and I'm very happy to be expressing my gratitude to Bhagwan Ji for having everything go as planned safely. And I am joined by Pandit Ji and Bhabhi Ji. Pandit Ji is also a third cousin of Sunny Williams, and he has been an integral part of the family. He calls Sunny's dad Chacha as well. And Sunny has come to this temple many, many times. This is our family temple. So Panditji has met Sunny.
About Sunita Williams, who you've known personally, about the woman, because it takes a lot of resilience to indulge in this mission, to go into space, be there, not knowing when to return. Does she have a certain resilience that you felt always set her apart from others?
Absolutely. I think that way she is unique and she is a role model. And it's very evident that despite of so many uncertainties, so many obstacles, she has always remained positive, which is very difficult to do. And especially in today's day and age when we all lose our sense of well-being when things don't go our way, and upcoming generation as well. I think she is particularly unique and very talented in the work she does, as well as in her attitude.
I think like Kalpana Chawla, Sunita Williams possibly not realizing how many Indian girls they have encouraged and they have kind of given a boost that they can make it too. Let's get in a word from Panditji and Auntie Ji sitting next to him as well. Panditji, some special prayer that you were performing all this while, and what special will happen today now Sunita Williams is back? If you can rotate. Yes, Falgun. Go ahead, Panditji.
मेरा नाम प्रवीण भाई शास्त्री है और मेरी धर्मपत्नी का नाम है भारती। ऐसे ओरिजिनल नाम तो मधु है, लेकिन भारत से बहुत प्यार करने से भारती नाम रखा है मैंने। सुनीता मेरी कजिन सिस्टर है और जब से वो गई है तब से हम उनको बहुत, उसके लिए मैं हर रोज प्रार्थना करता था, उसके लिए पूजा पाठ, मंत्र जाप, यज्ञ बहुत कुछ किया है। हमारे सनातन मंदिर में वो आई है और हमारे जो मंदिर में स्कूल चलती है तो बच्चों को भी उसने ज्ञान दिया है और सुनीता आ गई है। हमको उससे बहुत खुशी हुई है। हम भगवान को बहुत प्रार्थना करते हैं कि वो जल्दी शीघ्र, अति शीघ्र ठीक हो जाए और अपने काम पे लग जाए। ऐसे में भगवान को और हमारा पूरा परिवार भगीरथ, बद्री, सेजल, जानवी, कृष्णा सब लोग उसके लिए प्रार्थना करते थे।
तो लड़की इंडिया में जिसका बर्थ नहीं है, यूएसए में रही है, क्या उसका कनेक्ट रहा आपको लगता है रूट से, अपने कल्चर से, वो उन्होंने मेंटेन किया?
हाँ, वो किया है उसने। जब वो इंडिया गई थी तब भी मैं उसके साथ गया था और वो भगवान को भी बहुत मानती है। जब गई थी तब सब भगवान की मूर्ति, गणपति की मूर्ति और भगवत गीता बहुत कुछ लेके गई थी। वो बहुत संस्कारी है। ये हमारी तो कजिन है लेकिन ये भारत की बेटी है, भारत का शान है।
Falguni, I take this question to you. Prime Minister Modi also said, giving out a statement, looking forward for an interaction possibly later, and that she may be miles away, but she's closer to the heart. What do you think it is about Sunita Williams? And I'm asking that because I think a lot of people, especially young girls watching this right now, wondering if she can go to space, so can I. How did she manage family and then her career, the kind of ambitions that she's had? And tell us about the family support also that I'm sure she was given by family members like you.
He has been raised by very strong parents. Her dad, Deepak Chacha, Deepak Kaka, we call him, was a very intelligent, spiritual, and a powerful personality. And the mother, Aunt Bonnie, was very disciplined, loving, and also a very intelligent person. Being raised by very strong parents who believe in their children, who allow their children to make decisions, and then support them unconditionally. And the only expectation is that children should love what they do and excel at what they do and maintain the discipline and consistency in life. I think that's a recipe of success. But at the end of the day, what is success, right? It means different to each one of us.
Of course. Of course, and I think for what it means to her, she's managed to achieve. So my final question, there will be time, perhaps in a while, that you would be able to meet her, not very soon, but some celebrations happening, Indian and American style mix today with the family?
It will be family style, and the families mix, so yes.
So that will, I'm guessing food and celebrations and a lot of shore and all of that, Falguni?
Food and laughter, because our family likes to laugh a lot. We share joys, and I know Sunny, Dina, her mom, we all laugh about everything. We don't take life with any heavy mindset. And that is another reason, right, why she survives a lot of obstacle. And right now, this is a public display of 9 months of Ya's plan not going. But it's never easy to get to where she was about obstacles. Yes, we haven't seen it play out in public life. But she has gone through a lot of hard work, lot of great perseverance and strength of mind had to be deployed to become an astronaut who has accomplished so much, contributed so much to the world.
She is, after all, with Butch Wilmore, the first crewed flight with the Boeing Starliner, and now returning after 9 months. Lovely to hear, all of you. Thank you very much for joining us on India Today. And she's rightly said, you need a certain village, a support system with you to be able to push yourself ahead as well. And clearly, Sunita Williams has had around that. There will be some celebration in New Jersey, even though the family may meet her after a while. So on that note, I'm taking a short commercial break. Stay tuned. Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore and 2 other astronauts are back home on Earth. What a mission this has been and a lesson for all. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned.
That shaped the day, the newsmakers who set the agenda, and the moments you just can't miss. Fast, fresh, and full throttle. This is 5 Live with me, Gaurav Sawant. Weekdays at 5 p.m. only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Powered by Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
A spectacular touchdown. Space to Earth in just 17 hours. Our space girl is finally home. Sunita smiles, waves at camera. Sunita's big space milestone. Welcome home, Sunny. Top focus on India Today.
Good morning and welcome to the special telecast this morning. I'm Pooja Shali. Sunita Williams smiling and waving, reflecting her resilience and the rescue efforts to get her and Butch Wilmore back. And that is what we are tracking this hour. First, the headlines. Sunita Williams returns home. NASA SpaceX rescue mission successful. Sunita smiles, waving at the camera when she was extracted out of the capsule.
And Splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
White House hails Crew 9 return, asserting promise was made, promise was kept. White House thanks Elon Musk, SpaceX and NASA. Let's take a look at the domestic news coming in. Uneasy calm in Nagpur. 50 rioters arrested. Cops probe conspiracy angle. Opposition trains guns at the Fadnavis Sarkar over the riot, the vandalism arson that took place 2 days ago. More twists in the gold rush scandal. Dubai trips reveal modus operandi. How Rania and partner in crime ran a nexus. Rania's aide Tarun Raju tried to flee India but was caught in time. All right, the big news that's of course come in this morning, and we were tracking it through the night. 3:28